Yeah. Okay, good. We're live. Now, let me get myself a pair of earphones real quick. And just like that, we should be about ready to start. It's been a minute since I actually went live. I didn't stream it all last week. So when I say a minute, it's actually been about a week and a half since the last Nexus stream. That being said, there's been a lot of development. Lots of headaches, but lots of development with the Summoners Nexus TCG app. Not gameplay wise, but in terms of getting the app like up and functioning and looking in the way it needs to. I butted heads a bit with the developers, which is where most of my time has been. I spent quite a bit of time on development in the last little bit. First things first, I want to get my music on. Once the music is on, I can move from there. Yo, Neoshock, how you doing, bro? What's good with you? Let me put this on real quick. It will be in my music folder. Stream beats, and there we go. Okay, yeah. So that's up. That's going to be loud for a sec. Apologies. Let's bring that down. Okay. All right, that's on. That's on shuffle. You love to see it. All right, so I am. Where do I even begin? Where do I even begin? The app has come a long way. Is it possible? Do I want to do a screen mirror where I can show you what actually is on my phone? That might be a bit better in this situation, so you can see it directly. Yo, Jay, how you doing, friend? Welcome. Right. So, looking at it like this. Let me plug this in. Don't allow. With my phone plugged in, if I'm not mistaken, I should be able to use AP Power Mirror to show you guys the app directly rather than showing it to you through my phone screen, which will just be worlds better. That'll just be worlds better if I can get it to work. Oh, there's an update? Remind me later. I don't want it. I don't want it, right? Okay, so let me trust the computer. Timed out? What? There has to be an easier way to do this. What if I do this? Right? See, I've been following since the beginning of you making the game. Ayo, it is. There's still a long way to go. I see this not being done before the end of the year, right? My aim is to hopefully have probably towards the end. Oh, perfect, it's working. All right, so now I just need to share it. Jojo, how you doing, bro? What's good with you? Now, what screen do I use to show it to you is the question. Do I use this? I feel like this is a good screen to use. How would I go about this? We don't need properties, AP Power Mirror. Cool. Okay, good. And we can get rid of, I think this. Yep. And this. And that. Okay, perfect. Right? Will there be any toxic floodgates asking for a friend? I'm trying my best to avoid those. I really am trying my best to avoid any toxic floodgates, but no promises either way. Right? Okay. Yo, Obarak, what's good with you? GearToon, it's good to see you, my friend. I dropped a message to you on Discord. I'm so sorry it took me so long to process your contract, but that's all done and dusted now. I want to show off what the app is looking like in its most current build. Let me do it from the start. So you can actually see everything as it goes. Now, oh wait, but this isn't full screen. Oh, this is... Okay, hold on. 1 second. Transform... Fit to screen. Okay, there we go. It's gonna be smaller now, but at least you can see everything on the screen. Apologies, you're gonna have to bear with me on that. Right? So this way you can see everything that I'm trying to show you. All right, life's been good. I've been working on this app. I'm excited to show off some of where it's at right now. Right? So you come in, you log on. you get to the loading screen. You come in, you come over here, you can sign in with Google or your Apple ID. It's up to you, doesn't really matter. I'm gonna sign in with my regular account that I use for content and whatnot. And boom, this is the screen that you get taken to when you log on to the app for the first time, right? You've got the main menu, you've got the contest hall, you've got story mode, and you've got the ranked arena. Now, the ranked arena obviously is the game's ranked mode, right? That's where you're gonna go in for battle, climb the ladder, so on and so forth. The game will come equipped with the story mode that players are able to play. There'll be purchasable story content, but there's also gonna be free story content that you can play for rewards and whatnot. And then the contest hall, think of this like duel rooms where you can hop on with your friends, challenge them to a duel, and you're good to go from there, right? So, now, bear in mind, most of this is UI oriented. The functionality for these things hasn't been finished yet, right? I have the tutorial done for the story mode section, but I don't have everything done for story mode yet, right? We've got the currency UI at the top right. I love the UI for the currency that we had made. It took some time to get it done, but it came out looking chef's kiss. Then you move over here, and you have what is going to be the guild system, right? Now, again, this is all very bare bones, so bear with me. In the next update, this will no longer say enlist or create. There's going to be two options next to the main character's head. One button that you select if you want to join an existing guild. Another option that you select if you want to pay to form your own guild. Because to avoid every player just spamming guilds, there's going to be a fee attached to forming a guild. Maybe a 10 pull, maybe 2 10 pulls. That way only people who really want to take a guild seriously can make one. But it's good to make one because there's lots of rewards that come with it. Now, if I enlist right now, both buttons take you to the same screen. And again, this is still very bare bones. The icons for all of this have been worked out. In fact, I can show you some of them. Up here will showcase, when this button at the top is selected, it'll showcase the rank of your guild. Let me actually pull it up. Oh, do I have it? I would have to plug in my hard drive if I wanted to show it to you guys. Actually, I can show it to you guys on Google Drive, right? Let me pull up Google Drive so you guys can get an idea of what the icons will look like when they're done for the guild. I don't have all the guild icons, mind you, but I've got enough of them that you can sort of get an idea where we're going. These are just the template buttons that we've been using up until now. So if I share my full screen, where it is, here it is. Okay, yeah, so take a look at this. So this is the currency UI over here, right? This is what I was showing you. This is the guild currency, right? Guilds will use their own kind of individual currency as like their own thing. I thought that would have loaded faster. I really did thought that would have loaded faster. So this is the guild currency UI that you would have. This is going to be the badge that represents your guild's rank. Guilds will have ranks. They compete against each other. They build up, so on and so forth. So let me go back to the app itself. I just wanted to give you an idea of what the icons look like. They're not in there yet, but that's what they're going to look like when they are. Right now, we're not focusing on the guild system. The main focus has been the deck builder, which I'm saving for last, right? Okay, so, oops. All right, so back to what I was saying. So the guilds will have up to 30 members. You would click on here to get the guild members, guild notifications. If you've been selected for a guild war or whatever, will be there. You can message. You can only message people in your guild. I opted against having a general friend system because most games that I've seen do it. It's like, okay, if I have a friend who I play this game with, I'm probably already messaging them on Discord. So it's like, okay, why bother to then put that infrastructure into our game and spend that time and energy when like you guys are gonna have Discord to talk anyway. But you can talk to your guild members. So if you join a guild, because you might have strangers in that guild, you can message within the guild. There's going to be a guild treasury, obviously, and a guild shop with exclusive items. And you come into the activities, guild wars, like I mentioned, where two guilds face off against each other. I've already got the system for guild wars figured out, but it's not going to be implemented for a while. Effectively, each guild, if two guilds get put up for a guild war, there's obviously guild rank points on the line, and each guild selects one champion from within the guild to be the person who fights on the guild's behalf. Now, when the twist comes in is the champions can see each other's stats, they can see each other's most played cards, so you get an idea of who your opponent is. But when it's time to build the deck for the guild war, the champion puts in 1 card. Then every member of the guild has the option to donate 1 card into that deck, so the guild fights as one, effectively. There's some other intricacies to the system that will come later. I will explain that closer to when it's actually being actualized, so it doesn't get too messy. But you get why it's like, okay, everyone coming together. And then there's some caveats, like for example, you can be part of more than 1 guild war at a time, so you select a different champion, but if you've donated your best card to the champion from the last guild war, and it's still, that guild war is still going on, then you can't donate that same card again. It's a whole thing. So what else? You have if I swipe, you have the training ground. That's just going to be some guild specific battles and whatnot. Again, I don't want to put too much detail into that because there's still some work to be done there. You have the crafting station where you can come and craft some specific cards. Not all cards can be crafted, but it's like if you have a bunch of rare resources that are going to waste, you can craft them into something else. And then you have guild trades, where if you've been a member of a guild for a specific amount of time, at certain intervals, you can initiate a trade of cards. It's an actual trading card game, but to avoid that being like a slap in the face to us as developers, you have to have been in the guild for 90 days before you can guild trade within the guild, and there's a limit on how many guild trades you can do in a month. All right, so that is, I think, yeah, that's everything we have for the guild system right now. This is a very important question. Are there going to be any waifus? Yes. Yes, some waifus are actually in development right now. Funny you asked that. So this is a digital only game, right? Yes, this is digital only. I have minimal experience in C# that I've developed as we've been working on the game, but I largely hire developers to work with me. And I have my friend Cash as a consultant because he actually did computer science. He's fully into code. So he's sort of like my bridge at the moment with the developers. It's actually super cool. Not many card games have that kind of social aspect to their game. Yeah, that's what it's about right now. I want to try and make it a fun experience. Do something to help us to stand out. Fear, how you doing, bro? What's good with you? All right, so over here you have the player icon screen. It's very bare bones right now. Basically, the breakdown of how this is going to look is you have the player stats will be here. The players' most used cards will be here, and the players' versus history will be here, and then the battle pass, like the seasonal battle pass, will also be here, so you can see your progress on the battle pass. But most importantly, you can, if you're selected for a guild war, this screen gets sent to your opponent so they can see your stats, right? On top of that, you can change your player icon. You will be able to change your player icon, and then if you see at the bottom right of the screen, it's a little bit blocked. The icon that you select will determine what your icon is in game. And that's what your opponents will see, that's what your guild members will see. But rather than being just the icon again, there will be a chibi for it. The chibis for the icons are being worked on right now. Now let's move over to the shop. The shop is, mwah, it looks so, the shop is, we've again, it's not monetizable yet, but do you know how difficult it is to create an economy? The founding fathers, no, hold on. The founding fathers had bars. The founding fathers deserve our utmost respect. Because creating an entire economy that isn't exploitative, that also generates money, is so difficult. I understand why economics is an entire degree now. I was this close to trying to hire an actual economist to help design the economy, and it's still not done. What you see here isn't even the economy. This is just the notes. Like, I had to come up with the percentages for the pull rates that are going to be implemented soon. I had to come up with the prices for the pulls, how featured cards will work, how banners work, oh my goodness, economies, Jesus. Anyway, that was a rant. That has been in my soul for a while. So this is what the shop looks like right now, right? You've got a featured card system because there is an element of randomness, but let me show you how this is going to work, right? So here you have the featured banner. This banner is going to be changed in a little bit, but you have the Grim Adventures banner as the featured banner right now. If you pull from the Grim Adventures banner, you are more likely to get cards from the Reaper subset. They have boosted rates. Or you go with the standard banner, which is cheaper, but pulls from the general card pool, right? It's cheap. Again, it doesn't look cheaper because we haven't actually put the prices in. Then, on a daily rotation, based on rarity, different featured cards will spawn, And you can hopefully, if you're waiting to get a specific card, if it pops up in the shop, boom, if it's a featured card, you can just buy that card directly. That way you don't have to just gamble consistently. If there's a featured card that you want but you can't afford it yet, you can lock the cards in the featured card system, and then save up until you're able to afford it, but then you won't get the refreshes on more featured cards, right? So you can target specific cards. Then you have subset packs where it's anytime, hey, you can pull from a subset pack, more expensive than a standard banner, not as expensive as a featured banner, but the change is featured banners give you more cards. You get 6 cards out of those pulls, whereas standard and subset packs only give you 3 pulls each. Then you have the cosmetics that you can buy. You can buy new icons, you can buy mats to battle on, and you can buy card sleeves. Just print money. You can buy card sleeves to adorn your cards, right? Then obviously you can get more coins in order to buy. They're called sigils. It says coins right now. You can get more coins to bolster your economy. Right now it's broken. You just tap and you print money. Look at the top. It just goes up and up and up for free. That obviously is just part of testing, but it's a fun thing to note. When you said the crafting system can't generate all cards, will there be a dismantle feature? No, there won't be a dismantle feature per se. How it's going to work is, it kind of is, where it's like you can dismantle cards, but specifically, let's say you get a lot of the same card. There are 3 rarities, right? You have standard rarity, limited rarity, royal rarity, right? Let's say there's a specific rune that you want, and you come over to the crafting station. Runes are magic cards, so basically you can only craft magic cards, and it says, hey, if you have, I don't know, 50 limited rarity cards, you can convert them into this rune, so you can get a specific rune that you're after, right? That's the crafting system, effectively, is how that's going to work. If you want monsters, you either have to get them from the packs or guild trades. You can get a specific monster that you want that way. All right, so moving forward, this is the meat and potatoes of it. So we come over to the deck section, right? You have a deck customization option where you put on the cosmetics. Now, right now, this is a purely aesthetic. It doesn't work, and it looks like this, right? This looks like ass. But the actual icons for the deck packs are being worked on as we speak. They should be ready in the next 5 days or so. Didn't mean to do that. So you would come over here. So this is where you would equip your battle mats. This is where you would equip your card sleeves, and this is where you would equip music. You can put on your own music, well, not your own music, the music from the game, like the different music options. You can collect music packs in this game and choose which music you want to hear when playing which deck, right? What else? So here you have the card catalog, which is just a display of all of the cards that you own. You can favorite cards, as you see I've done with some of these. You can unfavorite them. And this just displays everything that you own in one place. That's all that this is. It's just a way for you to look at your cards without, like, it's like a collector's option, effectively. Coming back over though, the actual, where a lot of the grunt work has gone in. Right? Usis, that's a good idea. If you want a whale for pretty cards, that's actually fair. Exactly, right? If you want a whale, so you have rarity and you have marks, right? There are 5 types of marks, right? So marks are like the cosmetic side of pulling, right? Like you can get a standard, so if you have standard, limited, and royal rarity, that's like, for example, that would be like rare, super rare, ultra rare, and normal rare in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? So we have 3 instead of 4. But then instead of getting like glossy, prismatic, this and that, you would get marks. So a card of any rarity could be, for example, rainbow mark, and it's got like rainbow features on it. Our marks as of right now are mosaic, where it gets like an AI drawn version of it in a mosaic format. I personally think that looks kind of nice. So it's mosaic, gold, rainbow. I think cosmic, where like some energy will swirl around it, but again, that's dependent on whether or not the developers are actually able to make that work. That one is just an idea. We haven't actually put that one in yet. And then there was one other one. Mosaic, rainbow, golden, cosmic. There was one other one, but I can't remember it, so that's fine, right? I find it funny how the Star Architect is in the shop at launch but won't be playable at launch. It just looked too cool. It just looked too cool not to use. right? So this is the deck editor. Players can have up to 10 decks at launch. If you need more, maybe we'll put an option in to buy more, but I don't, well, I say I don't think that will be necessary, but then I saw what Yu-Gi-Oh ended up having to do, so you probably might need more than 10 deck slots. As you can see here, you have the space on top. That's where, so decks are broken down into 20 cards. Your monster cards go on the first row. Your magic cards go on the second row. The cards in your draw deck, your resource deck that you draw from over the course of the game, go in the third row. And then the monsters in the extra deck go on in the last row, the number 4 row. Now, how things currently are going about is there are no cards for the extra deck in the current build, right? So I would pop up this menu and I would choose which card I wanted to look at, right? Now what we've been working on a lot is getting down the sorting system. So I can sort by attack, right? So now it's, if I close this, highest attack first. These are some old, so the information currently in for the cards is very old. It hasn't been updated anytime recently. So some of the card values that you will see when we play TTS aren't the same as what you'll see here, right? So yeah, it's just the cards arranged by attack. If I decide that I want them to be arranged by their rank or their synergy, right? This is synergy. This card has a synergy rating of 8, so it's the highest synergy. It's arranged like this. Runes will also always come last because they don't have that on them. And then we can clear it. So you can sort them alphabetically in terms of when they were obtained, synergy, rank, attack, defense, all of that kind of stuff. We close this. Now, what's currently being worked on, I was actually doing this right before the stream started, is the filter system, right? The filter system is not how I want it to be yet. That's actually been one of our biggest holdups, because right now it's a drop-down menu, right? Where you select, okay, I want to see cards from the Wandering subset. And fair play, it will then only, oh wait, no. Okay, so in the latest build, I guess they broke it because that's what we were working on fixing. You'd be surprised how much you have to break when you're fixing things, right? Or did I not apply it? Okay, no, I just didn't apply it, right? So this, now it's only showing you cards from the Wandering subset. But if I want it to then also show me only cards with synergy rating 6, I click on that, apply it. Okay, now it's only showing me the cards at synergy rating 6, but I don't like how that looks because there's too many drop-down menus. So what I've had them work on, I'll show you the image that I literally just sent them, which should still be here. Oh, I deleted it. Oh no. Hold up. Why did I delete it? It should be titled Guide. It should be titled Guide. Is it here? Aha, here we go. Let's restore this so I can show it to you. Right? So I opened Microsoft Paint and I was like, okay, this is what it needs to look like. You come over here, you have the search bar at the top, because right now you do have the search bar at the top, but I wanted the icon to be there. And then you have all the options out on display at the same time, and you just tick what you want it to be, right? You just tick it and it shows, and it automatically filters down to what you want. You have a refresh option, so it clears all of that, and then you can tap this to see on just your favorites. And that is how, hopefully by the time the next build is done, that will end up looking. But that was our most recent kerfuffle, if that is the right word to use for that, right? Will the trade feature be rarity limited, or will it be completely unrestricted? It'll be rarity limited. It will be rarity limited. Some deck slots can be earned, more can be bought IMO. That's fair, actually. That might be a good system where it's like, okay, you complete this aspect of the story mode. There's always different things that we're looking to see what like can be used as rewards, because there's no level up system. There is a rank system, but I took out the level up system because player levels just seemed like a lot. It seemed like a lot to keep balanced, where it's like, okay, you have your summoner rank, and then you have your player level, and then you have X and Y and Z. We might bring back a player level system, but as of right now, I don't necessarily think it's necessary. Again, looking at Master Duel, they kind of just capped you out at like 30, at a player level of 30, and then you're just kind of stuck there looking around. So there's no more rewards coming in, because then you have to keep on thinking about rewards. Okay, is it an infinite level system? How does the system work? Is it a prestige system? So if a player level system comes in, it will be later on. So right now it is just this, right? Do what Duel Links does, new deck slot every year. Nah. Is the game specifically PvP, or eventually you want PvE events or something similar? So my aim is for story mode will be PvE. In the guild screen under activities, the training grounds will be PvE and sometimes PvP, but it will be this game will largely be PvP focused. I'm not sure what we're going to do for events. Actually, that's a lie. I am sure what we're going to do for events. So there are a few different game modes. So as I've explained, Guild Wars is gonna be nothing like the main game. Okay, let me just tell you, right? So how Guild Wars works, I've already explained that each guild chooses a champion to fight on behalf of their guild. That champion selects one card that they want to use for their deck, but what they can do is put specs up. Like if they say, okay, I want a deck that has 5 monsters, 5 runes, and then in my resource deck, I want 3 runes and 2 monsters. Guild members can then donate to try and fill up card slots, right? So every member of the guild can then put forward a card towards the card slots, but cards in the guild system work differently than how they work in ranked. Whereas let's say you have the Wandering Ryu, who is a rank 3 card, big abilities, big stats and everything. When you bring him over to the guild system, he becomes rank 1. He has 1 ability and his stats are nerfed. You can then spend guild coins to upgrade his abilities and upgrade his stats to then get to his former glory and maybe even surpass what he's able to do normally. But the caveat is he can only be used in Guild Wars, right? So that doesn't affect the rank system. So the rank system, I don't think I want that system to be pay to win anyway. I think it's going to be completely guild oriented. But it's like a completely different game effectively. So you can see a rank 1 Ryu, you can see a rank 1 Umbridge. So if you've invested all of your currency, if you've invested all of your resources into one card and you donate that card to one of your teammates, let's say you get chosen to be a champion while that teammate is still fighting. Well, you've just given up your best card and you now have to build a deck of cards donated by the rest of your guild. It'll be fun. You only fight guilds of similar rank, so ideally the cards being donated to the decks should be of a solid level. So that's a game mode that will just like be a consistent thing there, right? Have the developers you got coding the game very good at spotting or fixing bugs in the game, or can you see bugs being an issue? Oh, bugs. As of right now, you know what? Kudos to them. If I point something out, they generally tend to fix it, right? They tend to find a fix or a workaround, right? But they themselves, well, I can't say. I don't know what bugs they've seen that I just wasn't informed about and that they fixed before it was sent off to me. But generally speaking, I have to have a keen eye, and if I point them in the right direction, they're able to work on that, right? If it doesn't crash, it's a feature, not a bug. There we go. That's a healthy mentality. Keep sane while doing this, right? Other game modes will be, there's going to be a rush mode, not rush mode. I compared it to rush mode initially, but then I ended up changing it. It's called the burst format, where basically you have your decks. What's changed about it? The deck sizes are smaller, and there are player skills. You can use player skills effectively. Like you select what burst you want to have. Like for example, let me think of one of the bursts that already exists. Think of it like skills from Duel Links, basically. So a skills format where the games effectively go faster and there are other win conditions to win. There's going to be a tag format. I already worked out how that's going to work. Obviously that hasn't been coded in yet, so there's going to be a tag format where you can play with your friends. There's going to be a 4v4, a free-for-all format that will also be a thing. And so those are the only other game modes that I've really given any thought to. Because again, the game needs to exist before I get too far ahead of myself, right? Once that's said and done, yeah, maybe there will be events, but I that's the most thought that I've put into game modes outside of like the standard, right? So the only other thing to show off is if I clear the filters here, clear these filters, the card data, right? So when you click on a card, Ryu's a bad example because they need to tweak this, because Ryu should be assault and support. You see that UI, the swords, he's an assault type. He's an assault type, so he has swords. He's a support type, so he has a wreath. He's a defense type, so he has a shield. The shield is going to be changed. I'm getting a new shield design because I don't like how that ended up looking in game. And yeah, so the Wandering Torsion, he's rank 2, he's got a synergy rating of 6, he's from the Wandering subset. If I hold down on his icon here, it filters to just the cards from his subset. It auto filters to just the cards from the Wandering subset. Then I can clear that, right? Now, if I want to see his abilities, I click on Leap, and the text for Leap gets displayed. Don't worry, it's not a wall of text like this anymore. I think now Leap is only 3 lines, but again, they're working with the information from like weeks and weeks ago from testing. I added in, actually, did I tell you guys I did this? Easy access card text, where I basically created like formulas, like problem solving card text, but this game's version of it, where it's like, okay, simplifying the card text so it's easy to read. In fact, let me show you. I can show you right now. So here, Leap says, if this card can declare an attack on a card that was summoned in the counter zone, you can activate this effect. This card cannot battle for the rest of Battle Phase 1. During Main Phase 2, this card will behave as though no cards exist in proximity to its current location. It cannot attack directly this turn. That is a mouthful, right? What that has been shortened down to, if I bring you over here, because that probably didn't make sense to anyone. That didn't make sense. Anyone who doesn't know how the game works, that did not make sense to you, right? Now it says, hey, if this card was summoned in the Assault Zone, it can bypass the checkpoint leading to your opponent's defense zone. This card cannot attack directly this turn. Easy. It just jumps over the checkpoint. Now again, if you don't know what the game board looks like, that still probably isn't the most clear explanation because you don't know what the assault zone is and you don't know what the checkpoint is. But when you're actually looking at the game board, this makes so much more sense. And I've done that with every single ability in the game. So hopefully they are a lot more simple than what they used to be for like the layperson to understand. So that's why it's called easy access card text. So that's that, right? Oof. All right. That's a lot of different things. Yeah, I have been working on a lot of decks and stuff. Like I've had a half term this week. I teach at a school. And so because of half term, I was like, oh yeah, I can stream every day. No, I have been developing. And it has been great. There's so much stuff. I'm very excited about all of it. Can your guild only participate in guild wars if it has a certain number of members? Yes, you have to have at least 10 members in your guild to participate in a guild war. That way you can have the minimum number of cards required for a deck. If you don't get enough cards, if you don't have up to 10 cards in your guild war slot, by the time it's time to begin the guild war, you just auto lose because you need at least 10 cards in your deck. Yeah, so that's that. What engine are you using? It's Unity. We're coding in Unity. C# is the language we're speaking in. Yeah. I wonder how OP Ryu will be if upgraded in the event. He will be, but then everyone will be as well. So that it's just gonna be busted. It's gonna be so much fun. That Guild Wars is probably the thing I'm the most excited about in the game. Yeah, it was really, yeah, the card text was really long before. Moving on from a Yu-Gi-Oh perspective to a more understandable perspective, exactly, right? Yeah, so it's hopefully just easy for people to understand. If I want to go back to his standard stats, I just click on his name, or I click on the back button. If I want to close the card, I just click off of the card, or I click the X in the corner. And then you see the 2 icons at the top, they're supposed to be glowing. If I click over here, I can put him in the monster slot for the deck, right? So he's in the monster slot. I can put this one in the resource slot if I want to. So the icons match up. Obviously, you can only put monsters in the monster slots. You can only put magic cards in the magic card slots. So I could build myself a full Wandering deck list. I put Boss Guardian here. How does my hand usually look? I usually start with this hand. What is the last card I usually put in my hand? Torsion, Wukong, Phoenix. I usually start with the Phoenix, right? So I usually start with the Phoenix. This is a glitch. This is supposed to say remove from deck. And if I click it, the card gets pulled out. But right now it's glitching, so they're working on fixing that in the latest patch. In my resource deck, I would put Mrigra. I would put Reyes. Oh, right, sorry, resource. I would put Reyes. I might put... Was that the door? I have a laundry delivery coming. I don't think that was the door. I would have gotten a text about it. All right? What else? Let's say I wanted to let's just fill out the slots. Let's say I wanted to put in card exchange. I can put that in the resource deck. I can put, let's just say you in the resource deck, and let's just say you in the resource deck. And just like that, boom. Oh, I'm missing a card. Nope, I put you in already. Who didn't I put in? I put you in already. Who's missing? Who's missing? Mygra. Oh, Reyes. Reyes is missing. Right? So we put that there. And we have a deck list that we can go into battle with, right? If I want to change the name, I hold on it. I can call this deck, I don't know, Firefly. That's a thematic thing in the game. I can lock the deck, or I can empty it if I want to. And boom, that's the Firefly deck. If I want to move over to make a new deck, I do that over here, so on and so forth. Oh, hold on. Wait a second. I think I just found a new bug. Hold on. Where's my deck that I just built? That's new. That's not supposed to happen. Well, there we go. We're finding new bugs every day. So, apparently going over to other deck slots wipes the deck that you were just on. It keeps the name data, so the deck still knows that it existed, but the cards are gone. What if I go and come back? Nope, it's gone. Okay, so they need to fix that. That wasn't happening before. Probably something to do with the filter system. They've been working on that, and so that's probably just gone. Anyway, that is the app as it currently stands, right? Will you be actively having your own guild and doing Guild Wars Soul? I mean, this is gonna be years from now, but I will play this game. I'm gonna be playing this game when it comes out because I'm building a game that I would like to play. I love playing this game, man. So yeah, that is what that's gonna look like, right? That is what that's gonna look like. So I actually need to write that down so they know that there's something wrong over there. When moving off of decks, they do not currently save. Okay, so that is that. I'll have them work on that in the next patch that they do. But that is the Summoner's Nexus game as it currently stands, my friends. That's everything that I've got in the back pocket right now. Well, to be fair, there are a few more things. I want music to be implemented soon. I've got thoughts for things here and there, tidbits, but this is where a lot of my time and my energy and my effort has been. I'm really proud of how it looks right now. Like, it has come a long way in terms of UI, and there's a long way to go still. Like, for example, if you click on Ranked Arena, it looks like this, right? And then just nothing happens. That obviously is going to be fixed, right? If I click on Story Mode, this is what it looks like, and this is not pleasing to the eye. This is going to be fixed. So there's a long way to go, but we've come a long way, and I'm happy about that. Whew. All right, so that is the breakdown of the app. That's all I really wanted to showcase, so I am going to close that up. I'm going to close that up and move over. Right? Despite making the game, Saul will get clapped regularly by the average rank. See, here's the thing, probably. And you know what? I've actually done a little bit of playtesting. I've been teaching Nat to play. She's been playing Ancient Beasts. And she almost beat me yesterday. She was one play away from beating me. Lucky for me, she misplayed, but honestly. Yo, Sandio, have a great night. Take care. Take care. Enjoy your rest, my friend. But yeah, she was one play away from beating me yesterday. Now, what I'd like to do next is I've got some notes that I need to make for the developers. Neoshock, I don't think Zane is here. And Gearchum, have you learned the rules? Have you had a chance to like talk to anyone and like get a breakdown on the rules? If you have, feel free to hop in. I'd like to do some playtesting. But only if you guys are free and able to do it right now. If not, you know what, I'll actually just start working on what I need to work on in terms of giving the developers more feedback notes, because there's a lot. But Neo, you let me know if you're available to playtest, and I will just immediately pivot. Or Gear, if you've gotten like caught up in everything, I would love to do that today. I would like to get through at least like one game if possible. I feel a lot more confident about where the Wandering subset is. The Wandering subset has taken a lot of hits, but I think it's for the best. And they've gotten to a point where Ancient Beasts, I think, not confidently, not every single time, but at least how we played them, Ancient Beasts struggled, but they managed to break through, right? Still gonna keep on touching it, not gonna call it done yet, but I'm confident enough to start looking at a few other things like the Gladiator subset, which I completely reworked. God, okay, so in the meantime, here are the things that I need to do with them. So the filter tab, I hear what I need to do. Oh, okay, if you're down for right now, in that case, I will just open up, let's close this so my computer doesn't get overworked. I've been playing more Yu-Gi-Oh! I saw that they had a format where you can play like old cards, and I have a full Dark Magician deck, so I was like, I bet, and that's sort of what I've been enjoying that, right? Let's open up TTS. Why didn't it open? Okay, it's opening. That's fine, I guess. What's no longer needed? This is no longer needed, but everything else is essential, right? So what deck do I want to see in action? I would love to play around with, you know what? The last thing that I had you do, I haven't gotten a data play since I've been so busy this past few weeks. That's absolutely fine. In that case, do you want to hop in the group chat as me and Neo play now so you can ask any questions that you have and sort of see a game at like full speed happen? Neo, the last deck that you played, I think, against me was Reapers. It might be a good idea. I'm gonna stop that. Create server. Load. Okay, so yeah, that way you can sort of just like get a real-time breakdown of everything that's happening. Neo, the last deck that you played was Reapers, and I feel like I do want to see Reapers in action again, with the knowledge of the fact that they are the only deck in the game with a consistent pop, right? And the choices that you would need to make that come with that. Meanwhile, I would like to play Gladiators in their new form. Because they're a major subset, this is Nat's deck. Nat's deck is just saved, right? She's got the 5 cards she uses in her starting hand, the cards that she goes in her resource deck, and the ID cards. And you know what? It's working out well for her. It is. Gladiator subset runes. Oh, by the way, okay, pause. Major change. How did I just gloss over that? How did I just gloss over this? You're not home right now? Oh, you hate to see it. Just quietly listen. Okay, vibes. Right? Now, there's some major How did I forget that? Okay, so major change the first. There are generic avatars in the starting build now. There are 6 generic avatars. Their artwork is being worked on as we speak. That generic avatars are avatars that are not associated with any subset. The same way generic runes are not associated with the subset. You've got 6 of them currently. Now, they don't have a synergy rating, which means that they can't be in your starting hand, but they can go anywhere. So, you've got, and again, some of them won't be obviously that good. Not everything is going to be something that you put everywhere. Some things might work situationally. I'll show you them as examples, the generic avatars that we have right now. There's Honey Badger. There is the Wolverine. There is Maximum Opus. There is Kareen. How do you say it? K9 Karib. I almost got that wrong, and I'm the one that made it. There's Baby Orc. And lastly, there's Golgotha, Queen Mother of the Giants, right? So this is the first big change. These are here now. They can be played in decks. A lot of these you might not want to play. Baby Orc might be situational. When this card is targeted for an attack, choose another card you control that would be a suitable target. The attack now targets that card instead. It's a defensive card. So let's say you've got, like, let's say you're playing Ancient Beast, for example, and Nadia has 200 defense. This thing has 100 defense. You want to force your opponent to attack into that Nadia before they take out your Baby Orc. Well, Baby Orc can redirect attacks, which means it's a guaranteed extra layer of protection for you. Then you've got, so that's Baby Orc. You've got Honey Badger, which just, it's again, very specific. Conditional mandatory. When this card declares an attack, I've made a mistake. The text is wrong. Basically, what this is supposed to say is when this card is attacked, you must activate this effect. Reduce your Nexus gauge in multiples of 50 up to 200, and boost this card's defense by that amount, right? So this card can go up to 200 defense, but it's not a boost until the end of the turn. So it's got 0 stats. You reduce your Nexus gauge, you can boost its stats. This card does the exact same thing, but for attack, right? So mandatorily, when this card declares an attack, you have to reduce your Nexus gauge and then boost its attack. That's going to be massive life point drain, very tedious. Very few decks I think will be willing to use something like that, but it could have niche use cases, right? Put this over here. So neither of those are really staples. This one is interesting. When this card is destroyed by battle, when this card is destroyed by battle, the value of your Nexus gauge is reduced by 50. Also, the card that destroyed it loses 50 attack and defense, so you can use it offensively or defensively. It depends on what you want to do. It's just a little nuke, a little bomb you can drop on your opponents. Not necessarily insane. The two cards that I think will end up becoming staples are Maxim Opus and Golgotha, Queen Mother of the Giants. Now, what Maxim Opus says is, she's really good in my opinion. She might need to be balanced. Remove a rank 2 or lower avatar you control from the game. So basically banish a card you control. In this game you can't get banished cards back. I don't think I'm ever going to change that because it just keeps it streamlined for a lot of these effects. But basically remove a rank 2 or lower avatar you control from the game. Increase the value of your Nexus gauge by its rank cost, right? So the idea here being, okay, you've used a rank 2 card, it's on the field, but luckily it hasn't been destroyed yet. Let's say its attack has been reduced a lot, it's going to be destroyed soon. Well, you might as well remove it from the game and try and get the points that you spent summoning it back, right? So that's what that does. However, the caveat is you have one less rank cost summon per turn. So let's say, so normally you can summon 3 cards. Rank cost summoning is the main summoning mechanic of the game, where you reduce your Nexus gauge to summon a card onto the field. You can do 3 of those each turn. Well, if you use this effect, well, now you can only do that 2 times per turn. If you use it again, you can only do that 1 time per turn. And if you do it a final time, you can no longer rank cost summon. That's what this card does, right? Its second ability is to do the same thing, but reverse. You can reduce your Nexus gauge by the rank cost of a card that you remove from the game. Again, very niche use case. If there's a decks that like being low life points, you would do that. Or if you're trying to game the priority system, I'll walk you through that later because that's a whole thing. Basically, turn priority is now decided by the player who has, on turn 1, it's a coin flip. Then every turn after that, the player who has lowest life is the player who gets, basically, who wins the coin flip, right? So you decide who gets turn priority if you start the turn with lowest life, right? Then lastly, Golgotha, Queen Mother of the Giants. I think she will also be a staple. When this card is rank cost summoned, place it at either checkpoint on the field. This card cannot declare a direct attack this turn. Giant Stride, basically, she's a giant. The idea being you would summon her, and then she would immediately take a giant step from here to the halfway point on the field, right? So she can bypass a lot of things if she needs to, right? But she's only got 100 attack and defense, so you might not use her that way. Her second ability is Queen Mother. Tribute this card, and then increase the attack and defense of a card you control by the attack and defense values that this card had on the field. So basically, you can get 100 boost for one of your cards on the field using this card. She cannot be in your starting hand. She has to go in your resource deck because she doesn't have a synergy rating. All of these cards go in your resource deck because they don't have a synergy rating, so you don't have like turn 1 guaranteed staple plays. So you wouldn't, like, for example, if an Ash Blossom existed as a generic card, you wouldn't be able to Ash Blossom turn 1. It would be impossible because you couldn't go in your opening hand. The only real way around that would be to either force a draw early or wait to the next turn and hope that you top deck the Ash Blossom. So there will be no consistent generic cards, right? Right, sorry, invite, my bad. I got carried away talking. Okay, invite sent. That's there for you, buddy. So those are the generic avatars. Now, the other massive, and I mean grande change that has happened is rank 1 avatars are no longer free to summon. Rank 1 avatars now cost 50 life points to summon. Rank 2 avatars still cost 100, and rank 3 avatars cost 200. So now it's at each stage it doubles. You have rank 1, 50, rank 2, 100, rank 3, 200. Now, that changes up the balance of the game a lot, because already with the balance of the game, people were finding themselves quite low on life points as the game went on. So to combat this with this new change to how rank 1s work, players now start the game with 1,200 life points instead of the standard 1,000. That might be one of the biggest changes to gameplay that we've seen thus far. There are multiple reasons that this has been done. The first reason, I personally prefer, it feels like rank 1s were being limited in how powerful they could be because they were free summons. You can just do, no matter what, you can summon rank 1s. Also, if your opponent gets you down to like what, 50 life points or 100 life points, you can still just spam out rank 1, so they haven't really cornered you. Well, now rank 1s cost 50, which means they can be a little bit stronger, but also you have to be more strategic. You can't just spam them out onto the field, right? They're not just bam, 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 there you go. There's a bit of a cost to them. The second reason was because specifically of the cost element. I had a problem personally with the idea. Some cards say, oh, do something based on its rank cost. But if the rank cost is 0, then that means it's a null and void type situation. And more of those were appearing. I mean, we just read Maxim Opus, and she just wouldn't work on a rank 1 card. So because more and more examples of that kept on coming up, it's like, okay, let's put a cost on it. And it will make it easier to code, because it's like, all right, hey, instead, whenever a rank cost is mentioned, these are the values. Instead of using a no-sum value like 0, you can have 50, 100, 200, which I think makes it more straightforward from what I understand, right? Yo, Dims, thank you very much. I'm doing good. Yeah, the card game has come a long way. We've been vibing. It's been all right. Right? You're wrong, Saul. Technically, Ash has a synergy rating because it has an archetype of like 5 to 6 cards. Lol. Wait, Neoshock, you're in the VC? Let me hop in. Wait, Gear to me, you can't see the VC. Let's take a look at this. Oops. Oh, let me move. Sorry, screens. That was a mistake. Okay, so how this should be working is, Gear, you should be able to see it. Let me double check something real quick. Hold on. Because I know that you're in here. Do you not have... Ah, there it is. Okay. Sorry, I put you into this chat on a 1-to-1 level without actually promoting you. I just dropped you in without giving you all the permissions by mistake. Okay, so you should be able to see it now. And I am in with Neo. Neo, how you doing, bro?
I'm good. Let me mute the screen.
All right, vibes. Okay, yeah, if anyone has a hard time hearing Neoshock, let me know. I'll adjust his levels, but we can get started. I have to spawn all the cards for you because the other accounts are just completely wrong now. Everything is out of date. Every single card in the game is out of date. And you know what? For right now, I don't feel like anyone's really playtesting aside from when we do it on a stream. So let's just wait to update it until it feels like it's relevant, because it's gonna be so long. So you need the Reaper subset.
Yeah.
Why can't I? Oh, here it is. I'm dumb. Reapers. You're gonna want the Reaper runes.
Can I be upgraded as well?
Oh, right, of course.
Yeah, I kind of need a promotion. I've been
you've been waiting
waiting for the boss to pull up.
Let's go. Okay, good. You've got it, Gear Tomb, perfect. Now, let me give you the generic runes in case you want them, and the newly added generic avatars in case you want them. Are you comboing with any other decks, or is it pure Reapers? Because I know.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know everything. So.
Sorry.
I'm gonna be trying to pull off like the pop combos and stuff, so I'm probably gonna need everything.
All right, fair. I'll get started over here with gladiators. But yeah, so like I was saying, the change with the game system, with rank 1s costing something now and the life points being upgraded, that was a nerve-wracking change. What do you think about it?
We'll see how it affects archetypes, like especially Reapers, because
Yep.
their rank ones are like probably the most essential of most archetypes. Most archetypes don't need to summon a rank one like a specific moment,
Yep.
from what I know. But Reapers kind of do. So we'll see how like the extra like costs affect everything.
I was thinking the opposite, because like so the extra 200 life points were added to sort of counterbalance the new cost. And I was thinking like, wow, the biggest drawback for me was decks that don't use any rank ones are just eating good. They just get an extra 200 life points for free, which is what I'm personally most scared of. But I mean, I guess we'll end up seeing how that
that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
Reapers, they use their rank ones and they need to use them, so it's less of a boost for them. But like,
oh, that's what you meant. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, so it's gonna be tough. We'll see how it works.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Works out for them.
I'm excited.
Do you even have a rank one? Or do you have like two rank? Two bozos?
Actually,
no, you have 4, right? You changed them?
I've changed it. This deck, no, it has 1 rank 1 now. It has 1 rank 1. The rest of it has been upgraded to rank 2, or downgraded to rank 2. It only has 1 rank 3 and 1 rank 1. And everything else is rank 2 now. I'll explain.
Guess we'll see how it works out for you.
Right? We'll see how it goes. But I'm
guessing you didn't change the card text on these as well.
No, the card text has been changed to make it like easier to read.
Even on this? Wow.
Yeah, every single card.
Continuous as well.
Yep, every single card is fully updated. It should be easy for anyone who picks it up who has even like a minuscule understanding of the game. You should be able to understand it.
I guess it's kind of more understandable now how Nat almost clapped you, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Right? To be honest, having her help me out has been a massive boon, right? Like, I didn't think anything of it when she wasn't helping out before, but like seeing the difference that it makes, not even like in her playtesting, but when she would read something and not understand it, it's like, okay, so the average person who isn't into card games wouldn't understand this. So just breaking it down and breaking it down and breaking it down until she was able to completely grasp it. And that's what made me confident that like, okay, and even if someone who doesn't play card games in general gets it now, anyone should be able to pick this up and read what this card says and get it, right? Like, some keywords obviously will take some getting used to, like the status effects and stuff, but like in a general sense, it just became so much easier to follow. So that is I think she was a massive help in that sense.
Yeah, I get that.
Now let me try and remember. There was a turn 1 play, and you know what? She's actually the one who suggested this turn 1 play.
For the gladiators.
Yeah.
Yeah, because last time I remember, like, she was in that stream, so I guess it makes sense you guys continue the conversation.
Right. So it's supposed to combo with Valiance. Let's see how well it does that. This is going to be an expensive turn 1. I can already see it. I can already see how expensive this turn 1 is going to be, bro.
Oh yeah, I feel like this change like probably hurts minor archetypes the most, because they were mostly comprised of rank 1s, which used to be free.
Yep.
And now have like an actual like cost.
Wyverns are gonna hate this because they send their Wyverns back into the deck and summon them back out. So Wyverns just got the most indirect nerf. So we're gonna see if they need to be brought up in power to circumvent that. But I feel like they were like the most balanced thing in the game. So my hope is that even with that, they should be okay.
I don't know if I accidentally like just launched my card, but like I don't have the Reaper Son of Hades ID.
There you go.
Yeah. I was looking for it. I didn't see it, so I'm guessing it just like launched the
right. So turn 1, you Queen's Gambit, of course.
Of course.
Now let me just try and remember what else you do. Okay. It's coming together. It's making sense. I think I remember what she was trying to tell me. So you would go 1, 2, and if this works, this is broken. Okay. The card that would have lost the battle is alright, bet. So do you not fit in the opening hand? Oh no. That's risky. That's really risky. And her second part of the play. On the turn this card was summoned, the cards in the opponent's defense zone are inducted in Gladiator subset. On the turn this card was summoned, the cards in your. Okay. That's what she does. Where was... I've forgotten the play. If you control a rank 3 or higher... Reaper? What?
What's confusing you?
I think there was a mistake in the way one of these runes was printed. Yeah, CCC has the wrong text. It's reading like it's part of the Reaper subset.
Maybe I should get it. What does it say?
No.
To cop, you know.
I think when I updated all of the cards, I accidentally, because they're both red, I might have accidentally mixed an effect up somewhere. Let's take a look.
Yeah, I think that's like Reaper's Switch or something. Contract, one of them names. So it's not Call of the Dead.
Let's close.
Not Death's Embrace.
So we've got runes. Let me scroll.
Yes,
down.
Reaper's Contract. Yeah, to be fair, I kind of get it. They kind of look a bit similar.
Yeah, let me just fix that real quick. That shouldn't be too difficult because it's a rune. God, there's so many runes.
Yeah, they're literally like pretty close. Like it's understandable. Yeah. I don't know if you're seeing it on the TTS screen, but yeah, they're pretty.
Ares. Where are gladiators? No way they're this. Okay, yeah, they are this far down. Yep, I just got it wrong. It's straight up wrong in the Canva text, so I'll correct that. Here we go. Conditional, and I'll just do an individual card update here. God, how did I mess that up so badly? Right, like it's not even it's not even the same subset. Like it's one thing to get effects mixed up in the same subset, but this is like a whole other sphere. That is 58. All right, let's save it. I'll put it in the game, and that shouldn't affect anything. That's funny still. Objects, components, cards, custom card. Let's get the back version.
Yeah, because I was like, yeah, I guess if this is destroyed somewhere, actually, yeah, even if it wasn't destroyed somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess it's good that you added once for context on it.
That's on Ward?
Echo Morning.
Oh, yeah.
You can only come back one.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I always thought that I said, like, if this card in the defensive zone gets destroyed, it comes back to the counter zone.
Yeah.
But it actually doesn't.
Yeah, it did.
So I guess we never, like, took that into consideration, I guess. We just assumed.
Yeah, because like any reasonable person would be like, okay, yeah, it only works that way. But then I thought like, okay, hold on. Maybe we should specify. Save object. Gladiator subset runes. Save. Okay, and just remind me, well, if you remember, remind me to Sorry, I made a mistake. Delete. Yeah, to save the build after this, because now something has changed inside.
Oh, okay.
The Gladiator subset runes. Save. Overwrite. Perfect. Alright, so where were we? When 2 gladiator cards battle, you can activate this rune. Your gladiator card becomes fortified. Ooh, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be useful. Gladiator inducted. Yep. Okay, cool. So I think all of these runes go in the starting hand.
Oh yeah, I was kind of thinking about this. So you know how like certain cards, in Yu-Gi-Oh, for example, if a card is like impermed or something, it's negated,
Yeah.
and then it's like destroyed and activates in the graveyard. How does that work in Nexus? So let's say you use like Spear, or I don't know if any card still negate.
So
And you negate like Umbrage, and you use Cronus to destroy Umbrage. How does that work?
it's a good question. How I've been actually no, I know how it works. Effects in the graveyard. So when a card is negated, rather than saying a card gets negated, I created a status effect called sealed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if now effects that negate things will be like, oh, that card becomes sealed. Now, as a general rule of thumb, only cards on the field can be affected by status effects. So if it has a secondary effect that activates in the graveyard, that would still be activatable, unless something else is stopping effects in the graveyard.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. That's a good question. That's a very good question. So effects that activate when cards are destroyed basically can't be negated. Unless you have something to negate the graveyard.
Yeah, I guess that too.
Right. Which, funny enough, we actually do in the current build. The Asylum subset.
Asylums.
We haven't touched the Asylum subset yet. I'm so scared of them. Because they could be so awful, but they could be so good. Like, they have such a... I think they hard counter... Well, the Reaper graveyard effects, they counter them. They counter all graveyard effects, but just in general, they're a scary group of cards.
I mean, they seem kind of squishy. I don't know if they'll survive the onslaught.
That's what I'm so curious to see, because it's like, okay, if one of them gets destroyed, they all have a passive effect that they all get destroyed, right? But they've also got a lot of countermeasures to try and stop that, right? They've got 6 runes that would affect effectively once per turn in some situations, stop that board wipe destruction from happening. But if your opponent can destroy you multiple times in the same turn, then you're in danger. So we'll see how it goes.
Destroying 6 monsters a turn. Actually, you only need 3 monsters per turn, because you can only have like 3 runes.
Yeah, it will be insane. So we'll see what happens. Now, sorry, I'm still trying to figure out what my starting hand for this should look like. Right?
I mean, yeah, hopefully I should be clapping you, so take your time.
Thanks, I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you for that sentiment. Hold the phone. This could be insane.
Oh, so I need to play around Assault Thief and what else I need to play around?
Yeah, Assault Thief. I forgot about that. I should probably put that in my deck. Damn.
Yeah, it would be unfair for me to clap you without Assault Thief, so I just wanted to let you know.
Oh, so the problem of the Gladiator subset being spread very thin is still a thing. I've got room in my hand for 1 card. The question is just now, who do I choose? Because you are interesting. But
Thank you, I guess.
No, not you. Shut up. Shut up.
What the heck? Wow, you're trying to say I'm not interesting? What the heck?
I'm trying to see. I can see the turn 1. The turn 1 is perfectly framed in my mind's eye, right? It's a turn 2 and onwards that I'm now trying to sort of figure out. Does this deck need card exchange?
Probably. Wait, what does Umbrage's second effect say? If a card on the field...
Oh, if a card on the field battles, you can break its chain of momentum, so you stop it from attacking everything.
Yeah, but like, what's the word after field?
After another card on the field concludes an attack, you can break its chain of momentum.
Oh, concludes. Oh, okay. So,
Okay.
okay. I was like, huh? What the heck?
Yeah,
Kind of look like an A. Concladis.
that's fair actually. Let's see here. 1, 2. Oh man, this is sticky.
So, have you and Nat ever used like generic avatars doing like testing and stuff?
Yes, she uses Golgotha, Queen Mother of the Giants. She plays Ancient Beasts exclusively. And that is now a staple in her deck.
Oh, okay. I mean, just like it's probably like one of the better ones. What
Right.
rank is she?
Rank 2. Where you tribute it and boost the attack or defense of a card on attack and defense of a card on the field by that value. And with Ancient Beasts, that's really good because now you can beat.
They
over
need
some
it.
other things. Yeah. Right. So, I like how things are starting to fit together. Like it's like a jigsaw almost.
I mean, now it's actually gonna have to like publish like what's it called? A page on like Nexus Meta. How to play Ancient Beasts. So these are the staples, guys.
She's
You have
gonna
to
get-
run these.
Right? I think she's gonna get really good at the deck. Like with how close she came to beating me. Again, she made a few mistakes here and there, so she does need a bit of help. But like, she's getting some solid work in there. I feel like depending on the matchup, she could probably clap you guys. I feel like she might actually be able to. Right? But
I
we'll
mean,
see.
yeah, too. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, like,
If we're coping
you're like,
on some,
yeah,
like-
I guess, yeah. Hadrian is not that good. No, Hadrian does not go in the starting hand. Yeah, he goes in the draw deck. This goes in the draw deck. And I feel like I actually hope I don't draw Hadrian, honestly. Because the rank 2s are now pulling more of the weight. He's more like a wall. The gladiator card you control battles another gladiator. You can abuse your card's attack by half of its card value. Titus, is your name Titus or Titus actually? Hold on. He's really good. He's really good. So we could do that, and then the turn after. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like Hound has lost a lot of value with like the new costs. Like, is he really
Lost?
worth 50?
Yes! Yes! You can pop, well, anything, effectively, with the Hound combo. Plus, not to mention, you do, so, from a certain point of view, I get what you mean, because since everyone has 200 more life points, you're putting yourself behind, but based on where things were before, it's basically the same for them, because that's an extra 200 life points. So you know that in your overall strategy, it will still play out the same, but it does, in terms of life point advantage, put you behind your opponent. Which could be a good thing, actually, now that turn priority is based on lowest life.
Yeah, maybe.
Right? I say we don't knock it till you try it. I have faith. I have faith in the boy. I have faith.
Yeah, like you came to defend him quick. I was like,
Yeah.
lost value. What do you mean? This guy is goated.
Let's see here. Oh, I wish you could have 5 cards in your starting hand, honestly.
Huh? Can you not have 5 cards?
Sorry, 6, my bad. 6.
Yeah, I was about to say,
I
like,
was-
how did we
yeah.
change that as well?
No.
Like,
I
damn.
wish you could have 6 in your
We're
starting
switching
hand,
up.
honestly. Because
Yeah, I feel like the Reaper 4 is pretty, like, solved at this point. So I guess we just need to
you know
work
what?
out.
Wait a damn minute. Hold on. Maybe you don't. If I do it this way, oh my goodness! Did I just solve the starting hand? I think I just solved the starting hand for this deck, although I don't necessarily like that.
Rune of Rikosh.
not
Oh,
as
you
good.
worked out Shield Wall. Okay. No, this is just a different thing.
Oh yeah, no, Shield Wall is still in the game. Rune of Recap. There's a few new runes in there in the generic pile, so there's a few more generics.
Oh yeah. So wait, what was the like special abilities of the assault, support, and
So support.
so
So support types can be summoned in the Nexus. Assault types can have their attack manipulated when they're in the assault zone, right? Like they can have their attack raised and lowered. Whereas if you put a defense or support type in the assault zone, it can only have its stats lowered, right? It's called the assault lock, right? And then for defense types, I think defense types can't be destroyed. Hold on. I think defense types, let's see. Yeah, defense type cards can't be destroyed by card effects while they're in the defense zone.
Okay.
Right? So assault type avatars aren't affected by the assault lock, so they can have their attack boosted. Defense types can't be destroyed by card effects in the defense zone. And the I will be right back. Laundry person just showed up. 1 second.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Where'd you guys go? I thought she said she wanted my car. Okay, sorry about that. Just noticed my stream was three. Oh wait, your stream was 3 minutes behind. Well, hopefully that little absence helps you to catch up. And Neo, I think YouTube wants to know if you've got some free time in the immediate.
I mean, yeah, I'm unlike Soul. I'm a pretty free guy.
That's fair.
I got time.
Although,
If you wanna hop on tomorrow, day, I got you.
you know what's crazy though? Now that I reread the effects about like the defense type not being able to be destroyed by card effects, I think some effects were not built with that in mind, right? Like for example,
I mean, yeah, this was made after that, so
exactly,
I would assume so.
Exactly. So you know what? I'm gonna let's nullify that because, for example, in my deck that locks out Caligula, and in your deck that locks out Grimace, which nerfs Grimace's main strategy, where he can like manipulate the field in that way.
Oh yeah, literally like Grim is literally his whole shtick.
Yeah,
is that he targets the other card and
destroys. So let's not do that. I'll make.
He can't even destroy himself.
Yeah, I'll make.
He's defensive type.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, no, that is a problem. So assume that does not apply.
Bro, you should keep it. Free pump. He's a free pump. Let's go.
Cards in the defense zone can be destroyed by card effects. Find a new special effect for defense types. Either that, or I might just remove the special effects stick in general, because I
I
felt
feel
like,
like should remove it.
honestly, because
Like I feel like just because support types get to be in the Nexus, you feel like you need to include
yeah,
the other ones.
that was what it
But like
was.
you don't need to include the other ones. Like
Yeah,
you're
it's
just
it's
adding an
complicated.
extra
Yeah,
like non-intuitive like
Yeah.
effect to the game.
remove the type specific features.
Because if we forgot, then people
People will
bears are
forget.
gonna like imagine like someone's just targeting their support type that in the last second
Mhm.
they had to put in the assault
Yeah.
zone to like win the game. Like, oh, his attack's not going up. That would be tilting, can't lie.
Surrounding the Nexus alone. Yeah, I'm gonna we'll sort that out. So yeah, ignore those. Because again, the aim is to cut down on things, so why add that anyway? Okay.
But if you took out the recall mechanic, which was more instrumental to the game than a
Right,
special ability.
right. So let's leave it. Now, with that being said and done, I'm still in a sticky situation. Oh, I wish my hand was bigger. Goddamn. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm done. It's like pretty solved. It's Reapers is more now onto like playing them optimally than.
That makes sense. Okay, in that case,
What?
feel
What?
like-
What does it say?
I feel like this makes sense. This makes a lot of sense in my hand for turn 2.
Ooh, rescue mission kind of nice.
Yeah, rescue
Shit.
mission is a new one. Rescue mission is kind of cool. Rescue mission kind of clean. It's a big minus. You discard a card, return an avatar, but it's a way to fish something out of the graveyard if you need to.
I mean, ooh,
Mhm.
sheesh, nice. So it might just be optimal to. I guess that does hefty out the Nexus gauge.
What do you mean?
Yeah, so like I was thinking, it might be optimal to Umbridge turn 1. Just pop a card, like bring him back for turn 2 and then pop again. And like
Okay.
shift him back with like his Death's Embrace to like pop again. Cause like you only have 10 monsters max. So if I pop 2 to 3 of them, then especially 2 to 3 good ones,
But how?
then it should be hitting.
But how would you do that? So you
summon
you
Umbridge
summon
and
Umbridge turn
Cronus.
1 and Cronus, then pop 1 with. Oh, I see. Pop Umbridge using Cronus, then pop a card that I control. Use Rescue Mission to get Umbridge back by discarding a card and returning a card. Then the next turn you could summon Umbridge again, pop again. Oh, I see what you mean. On paper, I don't like how aggressive that sounds. I don't like how aggressive that sounds.
I like how aggressive that sounds.
Because that means,
And then
no, because looking at it, hold on. Because you've already got a way to return a Reaper card from your hand, from the graveyard back to your hand. So that means you can return Umbridge. If you use Rescue Mission, you can return Umbridge 3 times, depending on if you use Nexus Breach. Hold on, let me see. Would Nexus Breach work with Umbridge? I don't actually know. Let's see.
I'm basically paying like 200 Nexus gauge to pop a card.
That, in the grand scheme of things, isn't a lot, especially if the card you pop costs 200.
I mean, I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just telling you what I'm doing.
Fair.
I'm
That
just
card
saying.
turns into the graveyard this turn. Oh my days! No! Umbridge works with
So
Nexus
anyway,
Breach. Umbridge
I
works
started
with Nexus
blasting.
Breach. Starts with massive constructed hand. I need a bigger hand. No, yeah, I think Ruin needs to be a once per contest effect. I think that
Heck?
I think that is the only way, because I don't want to make it. These ways for decks to get the resource back is a good thing, But what you've pointed out, rightly so, is that you've got Rescue Mission, you've got Nexus Breach, and you've got your archetype specific retrieval card, which means that you have 4 pops per contest. That is.
I should have waited to tell you this.
So
I feel like an easy dub.
That would have been an easy dub. How would you play against that? That's a guaranteed pop every single turn for the first 4 turns of the contest, right? Even with the life point cost, because it's not like I'm getting back the cards you're popping, so I'm also losing life points.
And I doubt you'd have played Rescue Mission.
No, I wouldn't have. Umbrage pop is a once per contest effect, and we're gonna play with it as such. Thank you.
It hasn't been updated. Like the cards still ain't saying that.
Thank you for the observation. I appreciate your service. Man, that would have been awful. Oh, that could have been catastrophic. Okay, but that's actually a good catch on your part. Good shout. That didn't even cross my mind.
See, that's why I was hired.
Yo,
I'm here to do what no one's willing.
Brandon, bro, how you doing? What's good with you, my man? Thank you for the renewed membership. 11 months going strong, bro. Thank you very, very much. Where's the sound alert? You know what? I was gonna try and make a sound alert with my mouth, and I was
kind of waiting for that.
It just didn't come. I was gonna whistle, but I'm smiling, so I can't whistle. But thank you. And GearTune following that up. I have one of these. Thank you, you guys. Much love, massive love to you, boys. I appreciate that. How you been, Brandon? What's good with you? It's been a minute since wow, that was it. Oh, there's a sound effect. That was a disgusting stutter. Thank you very much, my friend. It's been a minute. How you been, friend? And yeah, that is.
Wait, so
yes.
It's cool. So you attack directly. I remove an avatar from my hand and give it to you.
Yes.
And then you gain.
No,
I gain next by the cost of the card that I gave you.
Yes.
Is there any cards that are detrimental in the hand?
Not currently, no.
Okay.
There will be eventually, which will then make that a bit more, okay, it'll make it a bit more spicy. But right now, no, there are no cards that are detrimental in the hand. So
I basically just give you Hound, gain 50, and negate the attack. Oh, it doesn't negate it. Does it what? Why does it not negate the attack?
When did I say it would? No.
The heck, like, what am I doing?
It just offers you a little bit of a cushion, right? You gain a few life points, so when you get slapped in the face, it doesn't hurt as bad.
Trade offer. You attack me directly. I give you Hound, but you give me 50. Let's go.
Oh my
like
days.
What? I know what I'm not playing. What the heck?
And I don't think Golgotha, I think, could be a staple because just an extra 100 attack on a monster or 100 defense could be huge, right?
I mean, if your deck is bad, I guess.
Oh, shut up. Shut up. I've been good, just lots of work. Honestly, same. Like I know that you you work more than I do. You work hard as oh my days, right? Like being a teacher, at least I get half term. Like I'm on half term right now, so that's nice. But like you don't have that, so like I hope you're finding like the space to breathe and all that, my guy, because that does not sound fun.
What's the stats when you rank 3?
My rank 3 is 250, 100.
250. So we'll go to 350. Okay, so I can see. What's the attack boost? Is it 50 per gladiator, right? Or was that change?
That he does. His attack boost is now. Yeah, he can go 50 attack for every gladiator card on the field. He can, but doesn't mean he will.
What does that mean?
I don't. Honestly, he's probably the card that I'm hoping to draw the least. He's the one that I want the least.
I mean, I guess we'll see how you fight Umbrage.
And honestly, I feel like if I'm playing against Reapers, it just feels like it only makes sense to play Assault Thief. I feel like I don't have a choice. Which is how a meta develops, I suppose, right? That is the way to counter you. Or am I better off being true to myself? Who am I? What do I want? Okay? And honestly speaking, Assault Thief does not fit into my strategy. Why? I think so. Am I confident enough? Am I confident enough to give up Assault Thief? Hold on. Because I could do something kind of crazy. Okay, there's that one. Okay, yeah, there's that. And there's that. Okay. Remove. Yeah, I'll play it. Okay, cool. I think I've got my hand solved. This could be so wrong. This could be so incorrect as a strategy. There's so many factors that I haven't considered. But I don't know what else to do. Right?
Can you give me Ancient Beast avatars?
Sure. I don't know why you want them. I'd appreciate it if you would stop. But there you go.
Oh yeah, he's 150 now. So is there any... Is he still the highest rank 1, or is there someone more beefed up?
Beefy rank 1. Nah, 150 would be the strongest that any rank 1 is. I mean, technically speaking, the Wolverine can boost up to 200 attack as a rank 1, but it will cost you 200 life points. So
what? I was like, oh, that sounds nice. And then you, what the heck? My name Bob.
So
James, like
that might not be the greatest play in the world.
Like what the heck? And do I look like a Bob, bro? What? Do you just have to? 200? If it was like 50, 100, maybe, but like
yeah, nah. She
like 2 rank 1s. 2 rank 1s for 200 stats. That's something.
Hey! Whoa! Wait a second. Oh my goodness! Did I just come up with something crazy?
Did you have an epiphany or something?
I did. Oh my goodness! Wait! I'm so excited. Wait a second. Hold on, because this says discard to draw 1. This says. And I'll just tell you, because again, it's about playtesting. Up until now, we've only been card exchanging runes, right? We get rid of runes that we don't need to help us get monsters. But this deck has Provocateur the Gladiator Queen. The Nightingale effect says, when the wave starts, if your opponent controls at least 3 Gladiator cards, summon a Gladiator card from your graveyard. This ability can only be used once. So, what if, turn 1, I Queen's Gambit, and then there will be up to 3 Gladiator avatars on the field, then card exchange and send a Gladiator avatar to the graveyard to then summon with Provocateur on the next turn, allowing me to draw 1 but keep all of my runes. That could be a solid play, instead of bringing the Gladiator Queen back, because she's a defensive card, and if I play defensively at the outset, that won't be necessary for me. Holy, in that case, I feel like to really make the most of that ability, I should be summoning a rank 3. But oh my days, I don't want to.
I mean, yeah, I was about to say, like, you just said that you don't.
Yeah, I don't want the rank
now
3.
You not only need to not draw him, but you need to play him in your opening hand.
No, I won't. I'll just take the L. I'll just take the L on the cost. But that's a really cool combo. I'm so excited now. I need to write that down, because I'm going to be doing shorts videos containing all of the combos in the game. Right now, we've got the narrator. Oh, by the way, sorry, Brandon, I saw your comment. The narrator lady is nice. She's great. She's been great to work with. I like the guy's voice better. The guy's he's smooth to work with, in my opinion, right? But on the side over here, I've been writing down all of the combos. I've started releasing 2 videos a week because I've realized the slew of content that we have. All of the entire OST for Summoner's Nexus has already been uploaded to YouTube, so it can be uploaded. We can just have OSTs whenever we want if it's to feed the algorithm. And there's 25 new OSTs being created for the game itself because the game needs like music and a soundtrack. Although we might bring down the number because again, it's an indie game. Don't want to overdo it. But once we're done with the gameplay tutorials, for example, this is just going to be a 1-minute short video explaining how you do the Kalpa Banyan Umbrage counter, where you can reduce his original attack with Kalpa Banyan or Assault Thief. So this could be a combo that fits into those shorts. So I'm just going to write this down. Card exchange into Nightingale to draw 1 for more monsters on the field and in hand, and that'll just be a combo that I explain in the video. Oh, I'm glad I thought of that. Whew, all right. That was this is gonna be fun now. I think I'm ready. I'm ready when you are. Let's shuffle this up.
I'm ready.
Let's get rid of these. Okay, so turn 1, heads or tails, my friend?
Heads.
Let's go. Okay, so that's how the game would start. So it would start on the coin toss, then you get to the preparation phase. So let's just set all this down. How confident am I?
So yeah, I was about to ask you who's going first.
Oh no, so we would put down the cards in the preparation phase, and then I would decide who gets turn priority first.
Okay.
This is super necessary for turn 1. Okay, the only variable in turn 1 is this. And honestly, I think I'd rather play it like this. Okay, so I'm giving you turn priority, so you go ahead.
Okay. We'll start with Ye Old Faithful. Grimace in the defense.
Grimace in defense. Sounds good. I reveal Damien in the defense zone.
Damien, okay.
Right.
Scythe.
I reveal Dariel in the defense zone.
Okay. The Big Daddy.
Whoa! Hold on now. What the hell?
I'm playing games, bro.
Alright. I summon Provocator, the Gladiator Queen, in the defense zone. This is the most defensive turn 1 I've ever had before. I've never done anything this defensive before. Okay, so
so you can summon 3. I thought it was like 2/2, 1/1.
Oh shoot, no, you're right. That's my bad. I'll just put her in the assault zone then.
Yeah, fix up Pegasus.
Apologies. I forgot the rules of my own game. Apologies. I mean, she's a support type. I might as well just put her in the Nexus. Whatever. Okay.
Wait, so
that turn
which one of these is the? So let me just see who's trying to negate my attack.
So 200 attack.
I
lost.
Grimace would be goated here.
100, 300. I lost 350 on that play.
Really?
Yep. 200 on Dariel, 150 on Damien, 100 on Provocator. So that puts me at.
We did the same thing. 850. I already did it for you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Actually,
because we did the same thing.
Do I trust you?
Three, round 2, round 2, 1.
Alright, cool. Let's go. So turn start, you have turn priority. Wave start rather. Anything to declare?
So you're gonna blow yourself up for Queen's Gambit.
I am going to blow myself up, yes. Yes. Yeah, I don't have any attackers. Who are you gonna do it to? Yeah.
We're gonna break the chain of momentum. So I'm trying to figure out who's gonna negate the attack.
Oh, so Damien negates the attack when you swing into him. Dariel says, hey, if you attack into me and I'm destroyed, your chain of momentum gets broken. So either way,
Oh,
you're
I
not killing
thought
both.
the rank 1 was the one.
No. So Damien negates, Dariel breaks. So if you wanted to kill at least one of them, you would want to attack into Dariel.
Oh, is it when I attack into Damien specifically?
Yeah, if you if you attack into Damien and he would be destroyed by the battle, then yeah, he breaks. He negates your attack. Right, but if you start by attacking into Dariel, then Dariel wouldn't be able to he wouldn't be able to stop you, but then he will break your chain of momentum after the attack is concluded.
Yeah, last time is the only activated ability that's active right now. Okay.
What?
Yeah, so I was just reading Daryl, like, you can't use chain link because you need 2 Valiants. And
yeah, I can't use chain link, so last stand would
and you
mandatorily
can't
activate
use
after.
Knight's Wrath because you aren't activated when it's summoned.
Yep, yes I am.
You activate Knight's Watch.
Yeah, so you're gonna whatever your effect is, and you give me priority. I activate my effects, and then we'll go back and forth. But because both are mandatory, so both would be activatable on this turn.
Okay.
Indeed. Let's see what happens here. Right.
Yeah.
So, are you activating?
Damien is harder to get rid of, so
okay.
We'll Malice on Damien.
Okay, Malice on the Damien. I activate Night's Watch in response. Hey, yo! Brandon with the Canadian 5. Thank you, bro. What is that emoji? Is that a lemon? Hey, yo, thank you, bro. See, mad love, bro. All right, now I have to win. Now I have to win. So Damien, 1. So Night's Watch gonna activate. Do you have anything in response?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, in that case, I follow up that Night's Watch with Queen's Gambit by... Where is she? Where? Oh, there she is. Yeah, if it's the first round of the contest, you can destroy this card. Every card currently on the field is inducted into the Gladiator subset, so I will destroy her, send her to the graveyard, and make all of y'all Gladiators. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here.
Can I reject the job offer?
No, you can't. And last but not least, actually no, I think a clever thing to do in this situation, you already know my strategy, but like, let's say I'm just gonna do it, but let's say this was an actual gameplay scenario. Since you don't know what my rune is, you might need to be cautious. Just like with Yu-Gi-Oh, activating something before you actually need to do it is bad, but because you already know the strategy, I'm just gonna activate Card Exchange, and discard to the graveyard Caligula, Gladiator of the Chariot, to draw 1 card, and that is... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, that was an awful top deck. No. Okay, anyway.
Yeah, I think I have an idea.
Yeah, go ahead. That's my turn done.
Movement phase?
Yeah, so we would go to movement phase 1. You go ahead and move up. Nothing for battle phase 1, so we go straight to movement phase 2. And battle phase, you choose to attack, I'm assuming, Dariel?
Yep.
Alright, Dariel gets destroyed. Last Stand activates, breaking your chain of momentum. And
Carnage
boosting you back up to 300 as you do, so you're good. And that, I think, is the turn, unless you have anything else.
No, I'm good.
I bet that's it. So if you don't mind revealing that there rune for me.
Oh, I'll chain Card Exchange as well.
Oh!
Yeah. I'll keep it as stack.
I bet. That's fine. All right.
Yeah,
so
it doesn't. I'll send Incinerate because it doesn't look like I'm gonna need to incinerate your bozos.
If you say so, man. If you say so. Get your draw. Turn 2. Let's draw for turn.
Draw.
Uh,
Draw for turn 2.
draw. All right. This is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be Oh, that's not a bad top deck actually. Okay. Okay.
Oof. This turn finna be sick.
All right. I think I've
coming
got
for
something.
you, bro.
I think I've got something kind of fire. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I think I got something. I bet. Let's go.
Okay. Let's see what you're cooking.
Now, this is so cool. This is so cool. I have to be very strategic here. Definitely need that. I might need this. You're scary like that. But there's no way I need both of them at the same time, so I'm gonna leave that out and go.
No way, yeah.
Go
Are you
with
sure?
this. Okay, so we're tied for life. So since I had turn priority last turn, you would have turn priority this turn. So who do you want to reveal first?
Let's see what you're cooking.
I bet. Let's do it. I reveal Amazonia, Princess of the Gladiators, in the Nexus.
I reveal Sickle in the Nexus.
Oh shit. Okay. I reveal Golgotha, Queen Mother of the Giants, in the counter zone.
Okay.
Hey, it's that little idiot.
Ward in the defensive zone.
And lastly, I reveal... Oh, do I reveal you here? Think so. Think. Am I being stupid? Give me a second, sorry. I actually didn't think about this specific part of it. Eesh, I guess. No, that's a risky one. That's a sticky one still. That's a sticky one still. I'll put her in the defense zone.
I mean, you don't have to. Like,
right?
You could attack me with like Ward, like clean him, like.
Oh, Kronos is here.
Cronus is here.
All right. Well.
One rune.
One rune.
And you have 2 runes. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
I do. 1, 2. Let me just double check this real quick. Okay. And that's that. Okay, cool.
From display, I'm gonna say you're gonna assault thief Golgotha.
Okay, if you say so. If you say so.
I'm smelling an assault thief on Golgotha.
If you say so. I mean, I've got turn priority, so at the start of the turn, I will activate Think Sol. At the start of the turn, I will activate from the graveyard Nightingale. You have 3 cards on the field that are in the Gladiator subset. And so therefore...
Oh, is it your opponent or...
Yeah, your opponent.
Mm-hmm.
And so I can summon a Gladiator monster from the graveyard. I choose, obviously, to summon Caligula, Gladiator of the Chariot, in the assault zone. Any response?
Okay. No response.
No response. In that case, I follow that up with... God, I hope I don't regret this. Okay, I need to actually think for a second. Oh, what's up? Oh. Oh, right, yeah. Okay.
I'm actually kind of glad I gave you turn priority.
Yeah, that changed things up quite a bit. I don't think I would have... I might have put more stocks in the counter zone. If you hadn't. When the fact is activated the target's gladiator card. Okay, so think, Soul, think. Don't be stupid, be smart. Be smart, be smart, be smart. Okay, I know what I need to do. I know what I need to do. I activate. How much
You're
defense?
activating.
How much defense does the ward have? 100? Why do you have 100 defense, bro? Move.
The heck? What do you know why? Because he's a good boy. He has a. And I know you can't see it, but his booty is quite large, apparently.
Oh my days. Okay, anyway. I follow that up by activating Atelier on Aquila. On the turn this card was summoned. Nope, sorry, Diorsum. On the turn this card was summoned, the cards in your opponent's assault zone are inducted into the Gladiator subset. So, welcome to the club, my guy.
Who's
welcome
Aquila?
to the club. Aquila is this
Oh,
one.
Aquila.
Yeah.
Oh, in the
Yeah, she's in the defense zone right now.
So she's hiding.
So that's that.
Oh, it's all of them.
Yeah, I mean you've only got one in the assault zone, but yeah.
Oh, in the assault zone specifically. Okay.
Yeah. And I think that's it for me for effects. Let's get started. Okay, so movement phase 1. Anything to declare?
I need to make sure this activation timing. So it needs to go back to break chain momentum.
Sorry, you lagged for a second. What did you say?
Attack. Is in that the chain momentum.
Hold on, your connection's up and down. What'd you say?
Is negating an attack considered breaking the chain of momentum?
No. Because
okay.
The attack never got to start, so the chain of momentum never happened.
So let's say, for example, I attack into Aguila, and the chain of momentum carries me into Damien.
He would stop.
Can you negate it then?
Yeah, because how chain of momentum works is you declare an attack, you choose your target, you battle, you destroy it, then chain of momentum. It's a series of events. Chain of momentum then takes you back to declare an attack, choose a target, and it's a cycle. So because you go back to declare an attack, yes, Damien could negate that.
And then that would be considered breaking the chain of momentum.
No.
It's still not considered? Okay.
No.
Because the momentum is carrying me into the second attack, right?
Yeah, the chain...
And he's stopping...
The chain of momentum swings you round to allow you to declare a second set of attacks. So the chain of momentum has already happened. It's already set you on its course. It's not like a continuous thing that like exists forever. Do you get what I mean? It's like it's a phase in battle. Do you get what I mean? Like it's happened already.
Okay.
Right?
Mm.
So it's not as if like it goes on and on and on.
Okay. So you're trying to counter my Cronus play. Okay, I see how it is.
Right? At least, yeah, that makes sense. I'm trying to, because I've always imagined that that's how it would work. You did ask a very good question, because like, are all of the attacks after the chain of momentum considered part of the chain of momentum? But my mindset has always been chain of momentum puts you back at attack declaration, because like, for example, if it's all one chain of momentum, then that means at the end of the attack, chain of momentum activating again, it would be weird. So I just always individualized all of it in my head. So yeah. Right.
Okay, then I guess that changed. That kind of ruins my big dub.
That is unfortunate.
I will probably still work out, but I guess it works out a little bit less.
Let's see what you got. All right, take your time.
Oh yeah, because this doesn't want to be. It does, so I can. Yeah, the safest point would be to wait. Movement phase 1.
All right, movement phase 1. Caligula moves up. So does Cronus. Oops. Okay, I shouldn't have tried. I made a mess of it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I don't know. Yeah, you just pick the
yeah.
counter. Like, I'll move the counter, you move the card. You know what? Teamwork makes a dream work. You know?
Yeah. So all of that would be there. Battle phase 1 would take place. The strongest card on the field is Umbridge. Oh wait, hold on. Before battle phase, I need to understand something. Okay, no. Yeah, that's fine. Never mind. Yeah, that's fine. All right, yeah. Battle phase 1 takes place. Who would you like to attack?
I activate Cronus.
Okay, before battle phase 1.
During battle phase 1.
Can Kronos be used during? Oh wait. Huh. This right when we battle.
Oh no, it's the. Oh, I switched them around. Yeah. So it's the other one. So yeah, a battle start.
A battle. Which one? Which effect?
God of Harvest. I'm actually God of Harvest at the start of the battle phase.
Okay, the first time we battle chain of momentum would be broken this turn. All right, yeah, let's. So I get what you mean. All right, so which card are you destroying?
Grimace.
You're destroying Grimace. Oh, you clever bastard. Okay, all right. Grimace.
Yeah, so that was the plan. I was thinking.
Smart.
Who'd be Gucci to pop?
And because of the Soul Link, this card also gets destroyed. Now, just for reference, this is technically happening at the end of movement phase 1 rather than as part of the battle phase, because in the battle phase, only attacks that manipulate attack and defense or that specifically say that they would activate during the battle phase would be activatable. Like, for example, if a card says when your opponent activates an effect, and your opponent activates an effect in the battle phase, it's activatable. But something like that, which is just an activated effect that says, hey, pop a card and create a blanket when a card's chain of momentum would be broken, that would be something that you would have to do before. But it doesn't change anything at all for gameplay, so I just wanted to put it out there.
Yeah, because I knew that that's why I was trying to activate at the start of battle phase, but it's fine. I start of battle phase, end of movement phase is the same to me.
Exactly, right? Okay, so who would you like to attack? Oh, you've only got one target for attack, so I'm assuming you attack her. Is this something that I want for myself? I activate. Yeah, I think it is. Although, I don't know how this works. Oh, you've created such a weird gameplay situation. Oh, you've created such a weird gameplay situation. Because the first time your chain of momentum... Actually, no, it doesn't apply here. Okay, no, it's fine. I activate Warhorse. When 2 gladiator cards battle, you can activate this rune. Your gladiator card becomes fortified. So...
Fortified means you can't be destroyed, right?
Can't be destroyed and doesn't lose the attack and defense from the battle. So Umbridge would attack into her. She wouldn't be destroyed. And normally chain of momentum carries you to the next viable target. In a situation like this, and this is why I'm like, okay, is this a weird gameplay situation? Normally, in a situation like this, because the card that you tried to destroy wasn't destroyed, chain of momentum, you wouldn't be able to create a chain of momentum because there's still something in your way, right? Now, in this
situation... Can this be activated during the battle phase?
Yeah, because when 2 cards battle.
Oh yes, conditional. Okay,
exactly.
Yeah, I see the conditional thing.
Right. I know it takes some getting used to, but it makes things simpler in the long run. Trust me. Like it took me a while to get my.
I mean, yeah, it's fine as long as, because as soon as I saw the conditional, yeah, I understood.
Right. So this is what I'm trying to work out in my head, right? And this is what makes it kind of weird. Umbridge attacks into this card. There are no other cards around this card for a chain of momentum to be created to swing into the next target. So does it end there?
Would it swing back?
And that's the question. Would Umbridge swing back because of Cronus's ability? Would a chain of momentum be created?
If a card, a chain of momentum usually if the card is not destroyed, the chain of momentum is broken. But
Yes.
Cronus stopping the chain of momentum from being broken, so it'll swing back for a second one.
But I don't think I agree with that, because ordinarily chain of momentum carries you into the next card and there are no other cards. In a situation where, for example, Damien was still alive, I would think chain of momentum would work by carrying you into Damien, and then if you destroy Damien, you could then be carried back in to Atelaire. Sorry, did I say her name right? Akelia, right? The idea that you could attack a card, have the attack not destroy the card, and then attack again into the same card seems weird to me, because that's creating a chain on the same card.
I would say because there's a difference in those situations, because normally it wouldn't be possible because that would break the chain of momentum. But since this card's chain of momentum can't be broken, then it would be able to. But normal situation, it would not be the case.
No, but so what I'm saying,
and because
what I'm saying in response to that is, I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Because so take it like this. Let's say this card and this.
Yeah,
card
I was just saying because
like. Oh, okay. No, sorry. Let me let you land.
Yeah, from the way you explained the chain of momentum. So, the chain of momentum, you declare an attack.
Yes.
And the attack goes through. It attacks the card. We do damage reduction, and when the card is destroyed, I'm taken into another card if there is another card to attack, and then I'm taken back to the declaration. So I'm declaring an attack again.
Yes.
And we're doing the same process, and I'm destroying the card. So there isn't like I'm still going back to the declaration point. Yeah. So I don't really see a reason why I wouldn't be able to declare the same attack on the card I declared the attack on.
You make a really good point there. Oh, that's actually
because I'm still like point. Declaring the same attack.
You're still yeah. So the chain of momentum would take you over to it. And this is where the question arises in my head. What I was going to say is, in a situation where there's one card to be attacked, chain of momentum never occurs because there's no other targets, right? But because of this specific situation, because for example, assume that you didn't have assume that you didn't have Cronus as part of
Grimace, right? Yeah, Cronus, yeah.
So you would swing into a card, and in fact, let's even assume that this card wasn't fortified, right? You would swing into this card, it would get destroyed, and that would be the end of it. Chain of momentum wouldn't be possible.
The chain would end. Yeah.
The chain would end, right? Specifically because, and I guess it's a question of what chain of momentum means. My thought process was always a chain of momentum is there to carry you into other cards, but you've made a very good point in that if chain of momentum takes you back to attack declaration, that you could be able. Oh, this is such a weird situation, but I'm glad you're making me think about it. Oh, yo, Lost Ronin, how you doing, bro? What's good with you? Right? So you attack into a card. Because so let's just zoom in on the issue with me for a second.
Yeah.
So you attack into a card. The card isn't destroyed. There are no other targets. My question. So what I'm trying to answer within myself is that the chain of momentum being broken, or
is it not starting?
Or is it not starting at all? And that's the key difference, because you made a very good point. If the chain of momentum would start, then it would cycle back. And yes, I think I agree with you. You should be able to attack the same card again with a reset chain of momentum. So that's a general rule that I think should be upheld. My question here is, so for example, let's say I controlled two cards, right? Let's say I controlled two cards and chain of momentum started. This fortified card was not destroyed. I think chain of momentum would allow you to declare an attack on whichever of the two cards you wanted, allowing you to attack this card again. So that thing I said before about you attack this card, then you would have to attack Damien and then come back, I think that's wrong. Based on what you said, I think you should then be able to attack this card again. If chain of momentum would start at all, I don't think chain of momentum would start in this situation because there's no other cards around.
What I would say is that it is the other card.
Oh!
So it's still there. There's still a target to be attacked.
That's so weird. I get what you're saying. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, because if there's nothing there, then yeah. Because if there's nothing there, then yeah, it would make sense for the chain momentum not to start because there's nothing to start on. But since it's still there, there's a valid target for the attack.
Because up until now, what the rules have read, and this is why I'm struggling. If a card attacks, does battle, and is victorious, it continues to attack any other available targets in close enough proximity. Maybe we change that to any targets? It just feels. Hold on. Let me look for any other instances of it coming up. Because you raise a very good point. That this card could count as the other card, but the word other implies a different target. And that's always sort of just how I've assumed that the chain of momentum would work. The chain of momentum ends naturally if there are... Okay.
Because even the wording would... Because when the chain momentum allows you to redeclare an attack, if you declare the attack on the same card, if there's two cards, chain momentum redirects you and allows you to redeclare an attack, and you're agreeing that allows you to attack the same card, then it's still you're basically saying in that instance that the chain of momentum allows you to attack a valid target.
Yeah. What counts as being victorious in battle? Destroying the target, right? Destroying the target counts as being victorious in battle. However, in this, and this is the thing, this is what I love about game testing. This situation is so specific where you weren't victorious in the battle, but your chain of momentum can't be broken. Does it start in the situation? So the rules are. So I'm trying to remove myself from the specific situation now. The rules regarding chain of momentum. Should it be? And this is just a question of with cards in general. Should it be? The chain of momentum doesn't target another card, but targets just any card that is left. I'm trying to think of other cards that we have where that change could be a problem, because this is a buff to Reapers. But I think if it makes sense, it's a buff that makes sense. It's a buff that we never knew would have been a thing. But thinking about it, okay, hold on.
So how many cards are indestructible? How many cards can not be destroyed by battle?
Cards that can't be destroyed by battle. Well, that depends, because that means that, so effectively what the cornerstone of it is for me, it's not that certain cards can't be destroyed, it's any card that would be left over after a battle. Like, for example, if a card like, okay, so take Zodiac Barrier for example, where the card in question, the damage gets taken by a different card and the card in question is left over in that place. Right, so that situation, but also any situation where a card is fortified, right? So any cards that can become fortified, are we saying that the Reapers should be able to counter that? From that perspective, I don't know if I think they should. I feel like that is very strong, because taking fortification in general and just saying, hey, if you use the Cronus combo, you just never have to worry about it, that is quite strong. I with that context, I don't know if I see the reasoning, like the reasoning makes sense, but now I'm thinking power as well. Like saying that Reapers can pop, because with this combo, you popped a card of your own choice, then that card popped one of my cards, and then that goes on to say, also, you just get to ignore fortification. Power level wise, that's quite strong.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm annoyed now because I like your reasoning for it better. Like, hey, there is a target left over. It doesn't require a second card. But I think that's too much power. But the reasoning for it is perfect.
I would say maybe then the making your chain of momentum not being able to be broken is something we need to look into.
As a mechanic in general, rather than focusing on this specifically. You might be right.
Because it seems to be like popping one of your cards and blanket protection from, because it's like this turn is not broken, so it's like it literally invalidates like the whole game archetype, like invalidate a lot of things.
Wait, does it not say the first time? I thought that was a first time effect.
It says this turn, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
No, destroy one Reaper avatar you control. The first time a Reaper's chain of momentum would be broken this turn, it is not broken.
Yeah, this turn. Yeah.
No, so the first time this turn.
Yeah. So like, you attack into like, let's say, Dario or Dario.
Okay, I get what
you activate, and then he is basically, it's not even, it's kind of like a negate because you activate to break and it just doesn't break.
So it doesn't have to destroy the attack target to be successful, it just has to destroy something? No, not even. So basically, if I declare an attack on you, and the card that I have attacked is destroyed in some way before I get to the chain of momentum part, okay, so getting into the specifics of it, if I declare an attack on you and the target is moved, the attack, there's no target anymore, right? So you've wasted my attack. However, if I declare an attack on you and we battle, and after the point at which we battle, if you are destroyed in any way, even if it's by an effect, then I am allowed to continue to the chain of momentum. It's like, think of it like there's a wall, right? If I'm about to throw a punch at a wall and then you move the wall, it's like, okay, what do I punch? But if I'm about to throw a punch in a wall and I hit the wall, all right, either the wall crumbles because of my fist, or let's say someone at the back detonates the wall. Either way, the wall is no longer there, so my fist can continue, right? That's kind of how it works, if I were to put it into simpler terms. But that doesn't necessarily apply to this situation, right? In this situation, honestly,
you're punching the wall stays there,
right? And so the question is,
you'll keep your hand is staying there as well. So you just like immovable force.
I think that analogy helped me understand how I feel about it a bit better. The idea being that you pass through something and move to the next thing. I think it should be a back and forth situation where you hit something, the chain carries you to something else, and you can come back around. But if the target isn't destroyed, I don't think you should be able to hit the same target, because that just implies that there is no chain happening, right? The whole idea is you go from one thing to the next, like a chain of effects, for example, right? Like, I'm fine with that, because literally, like, you're not making past the wall. Yeah, thank you for that. That took a lot of thinking, but I think I will put down a stipulation in the rules. Clarify the chain of momentum. The chain of momentum carries you into a different card. Yeah, thank you for that. That I didn't expect that to come up, but I'm kind of glad that it did. Because I feel like I understand the rules of chain of momentum a bit better now, even though, I made them, but anyway. All right. So with that being the case, in this situation, Umbridge would attack.
Yeah.
I'm at 100. I'm at 150 defense. I'm fortified. So the fortification would prevent Umbridge from getting to chain of momentum. So we sorted out the first part of this. Now let's sort out the second part. What does Umbridge say about his attack reset power? Wait, where's Umbridge's ID card?
Here
it is. Thank you. Okay. After each battle this card takes place in this wave, reset its attack value to its original attack. Okay, so even though we didn't reach chain of momentum, you still battled, and so therefore your attack would still be reset. Perfect. God, that was hard. Okay, cool. So the end result is these two things are still just here. I've been wanting to do a thing. I've been wanting us to do a thing at some point where it's like, let's just have an actual timed battle where it's like, okay, actually focus on the gameplay rather than the rules. But there's so many things to work out. We never.
Yeah, we literally like would have to pause the timer.
Literally.
Be like, ooh.
Okay, so because I was talking to Nat, ideally a game of Summoner's Nexus should not be longer. The maximum amount of time a game should be able to take is 12 minutes, right? Because my idea,
I was thinking 10, but 12 is fine.
Yeah, so 10 to 12, right? Where it's like the idea, and that's at maximum, because the idea is for the
2 minutes
preparation.
per turn.
Exactly, a maximum of 2 minutes per turn. What's adding on the length is, since there's 6 potential turns, 2 minutes per turn. Okay, so if both players, basically each turn, each player gets a 1 minute timer to make their decisions. So if both players were to use their maximum amount of time every single turn, 12 minutes, but each turn needs a preparation phase, so there's an additional 45-second timer per turn, right, at the beginning of the turn. So 45, 45, 45, 45, and then a maximum of 2 minutes per turn if we both use all of the time. So in reality, the longest a game can be is 10 to 15 minutes, right? But in my hope is that it's much shorter than that, right? All right, so
I mean, yeah, because like if things progress quickly, because it's not every turn you're gonna be
exactly
having a complex argument as
right?
to.
I wonder. Nah. All right, so the next thing I would like to see happen is the next card on the field that can battle is Kronos at 150. Does Kronos choose to attack into Golgotha? Is my question.
Yep.
Okay, now my question for myself is, do I let that happen? Do I go out like that? Do I go out like
Why
that
not?
is the question.
Why not, bro? Why not?
Do I go out like that is the question. And I think that the answer is... Oh, this is tough. You're at 150 attack and you're a gladiator avatar. Nah, sheesh. I'm gonna use Queen Mother. No, wait, no, I'm not. Hold on. You have your defensive card. The extent of your defensive capability is dead. It's Grimace. He's coming back in the counter zone next turn. I don't need to worry about him. And so for that reason, I will not use the Queen Mother ability. Yes, the battle takes place. Golgotha dies. And Kronos is reduced to 50 attack.
No.
What?
During the battle phase, I'll chain Scythe.
Scythe?
Yeah, to boost him by 100. Actually, cause so then you... Oh yeah, I feel like we had this conversation before. So this is true damage, right? So it wouldn't be... So if I activate Scythe, they get to keep my 100, or
wait, do you
does
mean,
the damage get...
Wait, do you mean sickle? The sickle?
Yeah, sickle. Okay.
Sickle. Talk about damage. Yeah, no, so since it's true damage, at the end of the turn, you would still be set to 50.
Yeah, I guess it's fine.
All right. Bet. So yeah, that happens. That's destroyed. You can say you're at 150, but in reality, 50. Movement phase 2 happens. This moves up. This moves up. I would say battle phase 2 happens, yes. Actually, no, before battle phase 2, I am going to activate Service, the effect of Amazonia, the Gladiator Princess, where I can target a card on the field and it's inducted into the Gladiator subset until the end of the turn. I will induct the baby, and then if there's no response, I'm happy to move it to battle phase 2. I will attack into the baby and activate the effect of Colosseum.
No, wait.
Oh, I'm waiting.
At the end of movement phase. Yeah, just activate, yeah. So at the end of movement phase 2, I'll activate Scythe to target the baby.
Protect it. Alright, makes sense. That's absolutely fine. I activate the effect of Colosseum, which says when this card declares an attack on a gladiator avatar, the card that would have lost the battle is destroyed. You would have been destroyed, but you are protected by the effect of Scythe, if I'm not mistaken. Is that protection from anything?
Yeah, the first time it was destroyed.
Battle or card effect. So, So you are protected from that. So the battle happens as normal. I swing into the baby. at 200 attack, destroy the baby, and I lose 100 attack. So Caligula is.
So my question is.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess it's gonna be destroyed anyway. So I guess I'll flip it.
Well.
So.
Oh yeah.
So this card, it says return a Reaper Asylum card that was destroyed this turn from your graveyard. So can I chain this to the baby going to the grave?
No, but after the baby goes to the grave, when the battle phase ends, then you can activate that and get the baby back if you want to.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Because I was trying to like finesse it, I'm like chain this, target the baby. Maybe chain link to target the rune, but I guess it's fine.
Nah, that wouldn't work, unfortunately. I think that's intentional because there are runes, like for example the Ancient Beast one says when it's destroyed do it, which means that one would be usable on destruction, but because I think it was actually because of a potential baby combo, I was like, no, that can't be a when effect. Because then you can just immediately recycle that rune. Yeah, so that's the end of the turn. Yeah, all right, that wasn't bad. That wasn't bad at all. Cool. This rune gets revealed. It was CCC, gets into the graveyard.
What do I have in my draw deck? So I have, and those two. Do I need any of them right now, or do I want the baby?
All right, you skip your draw phase on your rune.
Yeah, so I'm trying to see what's up. You have 2 cards in hand, so I need to deal with this Bozo over here. He's trying to press me.
He's trying to press you.
Oh yeah, so yeah, we'll bring him back.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm struggling a little bit. Yeah, go ahead and grab him, and this goes to grave. Turn 3, I draw for turn. I am struggling. This draw is everything to me this game, literally. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! You've got to be kidding me! Oh, I top deck ass.
Did we do the Nexus Gauge for turn 2?
Shoot, no, we didn't. I summoned Atelier. I summoned Akelia, I summoned Sam Knight, and I summoned Golgotha. So 2-2-1. So that's 250 for me.
So I summoned Cronus 100, I summoned Sickle 150, and I summoned the baby 50.
Okay, so 200.
So 200. So I'm 850.
So if I'm wherever I am, you'll just be 50 ahead. So if I'm at 600. Yeah, 50.
Yeah, so
yeah,
I know how to do. Yeah, I'm at 650.
All right, cool. And then this comes back at the start of the turn. And honestly, my back is up against a wall, bro. Like, being real with you, my guy, I don't have an answer. I don't have anything to deal with you this turn.
That's the plan.
Last stand. I mean, I guess that's understandable.
Oh yeah, so you were reduced by the battle by 100 or so. So you're only
I'm only
100.
Yeah, I'm only at 100.
Yeah. So getting baby was the correct choice.
Yeah, definitely.
So see how nice it is that the Reapers finally have some defense. Like, I was actually like, why does the baby have no booty? But have you seen the image, bro? Sheesh.
No, but that being said, you know what? Okay, let's take a step back because I'm assessing as we go. CCC never ceases to make me smile, bro. I think looking at this matchup though. Looking at this matchup, you don't need the extra defense, but I think that might be because gladiators are still too weak. Right?
I mean, yeah, so I say like, the heck, don't remove my defense. Just
No. Yeah, because like, for example,
aim.
wanderings, I think would be fine in this situation. I just really thought that gladiators would be able to do more. I'm disappointed.
Because like, if you think about it, like this whole game, you've been on the back foot. Like usually, I'm the one on the back foot getting pressed.
Yeah.
And literally, like you had like set up like a 2-turn play. And all you was like rocking up with like 200 and a pop.
Yeah, honestly, I really thought they were fine. They feel too weak.
Even if the pop went through and you attacked me directly for 200, and what?
No, I wouldn't have even been able to attack you directly for 200. If the pop went through, that would be the end of the battle. I've declared my attack. Yeah. Right, that wouldn't be counted as a
because the chain of momentum take you to the
exactly. That's it. So I would have just destroyed baby. You'd get baby back. I maybe do the same thing next turn, but again, this deck is so top deck reliant. Like, I'll just put my cards on the table. I top decked Darius, which is just the biggest brick. The cards left in my thing are these two. Right? In it now, let's imagine for a second, because I think it's clear gladiators lose this round.
Yeah, because like do you have any runes left that could do anything?
The only runes in my hand are Assault Thief, which I wouldn't use in this situation. Actually, I might be even if I use Assault Thief, Umbridge is still bigger than my
I would just use Cronus to pop your defenses on if you Assault Thief.
Yeah.
If you're Assault Thief, I'm popping him. If you're not Assault Thiefing, then I'm just clapping him. So I actually set down Death's Embrace. So I'm gonna like juice up and like hit you for like 50, 100, 350. I'm gonna hit you for 350.
Yeah, I don't think, because again, if after I summon stuff,
after I hit you for 350, then it's gonna be ropes, because like you're gonna have to summon, because no cards are free anymore. So summon, that's 400. You summon twice, that's 450.
So I know
it's hefty.
So this is what I'm saying. So I'm in I'm trying to imagine a situation. I want to see if this was down to luck, or if no matter what I had top decked here, gladiators would have been finished with the current setup. If I had top decked Titus says that when a gladiator card you control battles another gladiator, increase that card's attack by half of its current value, or I can do the same thing for defense, right? So I could have made Atalaire's defense up to half of 150 is 75. Does it round up or down? It rounds
down. Oh, does it? Okay.
Yeah, it rounds up. So she would have been at 250 defense, still not bigger than Umbridge. That being said, it makes Assault Thief an option, but like you said, if I had done that, you would have just popped Umbridge to pop my defense and still attack me directly for 350. So that changes absolutely nothing on the defense, on the defensive side, unless I forego offense and decide to put him in the defensive zone himself at 100 defense, which would just act as a meat shield for one turn.
Yeah, so you'd have to, so if you boost the defense and you think you didn't Assault Thief, then all that would do is make me instead of hitting you instead of hitting you for 350. I don't even need to. Exactly. I was thinking of boosting.
Exactly.
But
you wouldn't need to, because what you would just do is Carnage into Titus, then Carnage, because even at 100 attack, and that would mean I would have to give up Caligula, my only attacker for that play. You would still be able to beat Titus and then move over to Achillea, in which case then you could do your pop.
I'll still have 300, 350, because they're literally completely isolated plays.
Pause, hold on. The pop can't be used during the battle phase, so you would have to decide what you were doing beforehand. Wait a second. So if I Assault Thiefed, and assuming you didn't know the Assault Thief was coming, you would not be able to respond with Kronos' ability. So you would have to make the choice to pop Kronos, with Kronos before
You Assault Thief.
before I Assault Thief. That being said, you've got Scythe on the field, which means that even if Umbridge would have been destroyed by that battle, you could protect the Umbridge, or you could boost Umbridge during the battle, so the Assault Thief wouldn't matter anyway. There's no way I could have won in this situation. Absolutely nothing could have changed it.
So Assault Thief would have just reduced my attack to 50, and I could have boosted my attack to 150 and still get over. Still get over.
And that can be used during
Titus
the battle
and attack
phase.
4 instead of.
YouTube says,
350.
I think I said it last time. Glads were tested. I believe they're a little too high risk, low reward. Their costs and limits mean you're usually playing from behind, and it's hard to steal games. Just my thoughts. I think Gear. I think you make a perfect point there. I tried rebalancing them so they weren't as hefty on like the Nexus gauge. And Queen Mother and the Queen play at the beginning, I think was solid, but after that, so basically, with the Queen play at the beginning, you have an unbreakable turn 1, right? There is no combination of cards that can deal damage to you on turn 1 with that play. At least not that exists in the game right now. So, solid defense turn 1, but they followed that up with garbage offense turn 2, and relatively mediocre. Well, no, actually, turn 2 the defense was okay as well because we had that fortified play. So, relatively decent defense turn 2, and just okay offense, but by turn 3, they're out of gas unless they top deck perfectly, which doesn't feel good. Do they need more wins?
Because if you look at Reapers, I was using every card was doing something. I'm spending my resources to do stuff. You're spending your resources trying to make me into a gladiator,
rather than actually getting to do. So how the deck is broken up is there are 6 monsters. 3 of the monsters focus on getting your opponent to be a gladiator. 3 of them do stuff with the fact that your opponent is a gladiator, right? With the 3 runes currently, how it works is one of them allows you to, if you're targeted by an effect, change targets, but you were able to bypass that with Malice. If I had, actually no, I misplayed. Okay, so the deck still needs work, but it is partially my fault, and I accept that because
what was the play?
The play was Reapers, no matter what, will always turn 1 Grimace. That is their only real defensive play, right? Which means that Malice turn 1 is almost guaranteed. So the smart thing to do would have been get myself turn priority. Actually, no, even that doesn't work. Hold on, pause. Because so what I'm effectively saying is they have a rune that says when an effect is activated that targets a gladiator card, target another gladiator card on the field and make it target that card instead, right? Now, in a situation where you summon Grimace turn 1, Grimace says when this card is summoned, target a card on the field, meaning that it is going to be activated in the very first chain, right? No matter what, Grimace will activate in the first chain. So I would need 1 chain link to resolve to turn you into a gladiator, because I was like, okay, maybe I could redirect the target of Malice to one of your own cards. But the reason that doesn't work is at the time at which Malice would activate, I would not have had an opportunity to convert you into a gladiator yet, even under the best of circumstances.
I think, wouldn't it be Malice chainlink 1, this rune chainlink 2, and then the gladiator queen chainlink 3. So it would resolve backwards. So the queen would make everyone gladiators, and then the rune would switch the target, and then Malice would resolve.
So not how it currently reads, because how it reads is as part of the same effect. When an effect is activated, target a gladiator that is on the field. Right.
So you need to target a gladiator.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I think what the buff would
there
be
wasn't
is,
a gladiator to target.
Exactly. So the first buff I think that they could use is if we removed the targeting and made it you choose a gladiator on the field, right? Then you would be able to do that play that you just said, where you, even if you Grimace turn 1, I could Gladiator Queen. I would activate the rune, then I would Gladiator Queen, make everything a Gladiator, and then when it resolves backwards, yes, I'd be able to choose. But as it currently reads, it would have been impossible. I think that's the first buff I'd like to give them. That way they're a lot more flexible turn 1.
Yeah.
Let me see. I think they need something that gives them a good, repeatable play. Maybe a rune that can induct one avatar for them so they can get going even if their inductors get dealt with. They have that. They have, they have Warhorse.
What I would say
Not Warhorse,
is,
yep.
they need a bigger offensive payoff.
I agree.
So Caligula, I know he's not the main attacker. I think it's the rank 3.
Yeah.
So I feel like Caligula and the rank 3 need an offensive buff.
So
because you have.
I get what you mean, but at the same time, here's what I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your deck is the perfect counter to some of these cards, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hear me out. Against any other deck, Caligula would have destroyed your first defensive option. Let's say I was playing against the Wandering subset, right? Let's say I was playing against the Wandering subset. Even if you had Miraigre in the defense zone, or if you had Ryu in the defense zone, and I was bigger than you, I would destroy you by card effect, and that is the only card. Your deck is the only deck that has destruction protection, right? So against any other deck, Caligula would be eating.
So you destroy that card, and then the chain momentum
would then carry the
on.
Next one, right? So you basically just get a free pop on a card that you're stronger than, and then swing into the next card. So I think
because I was assuming that since it doesn't allow you to attack directly, then it's not too great. But yeah, it allows you to. It's basically like a pseudo umbrage. It allows you to like kind of clear the defense.
Exactly, you clear the defense, and then you get you're able to keep your attack where it is, which is really good. And cards that have effects, like for example, I don't know, certain cards that have effects that activate when 2 cards battle. Well, Caligula says when it declares an attack, if it would win the battle, then you destroy the card, so we never actually get to battle. That's another benefit that it has, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think so. Let me write that down. The first thing is make it so that the Gladiator rune doesn't target. What else can we do for them? Make it so that the Gladiator rune doesn't make you target at activation, but at resolution. Alright, so that's the first buff, right? So yeah, they have Gladiator's Arena, which says when a Gladiator avatar battles, you can activate this rune. The opposing avatar is inducted into the Gladiator subset. So they have a rune that can induct. But I do agree that I feel like they need more. The biggest difficulty that I had was, I think their turn 1, maybe I played their turn 1 too safe because I was very short for space in my hand. I was very reliant on that next top deck being good. And top decking a Valiant, top decking Darius there screwed it completely, because even if I had gotten a Gladiator card like we established, it still would have been an L. So they do need something else.
Yeah, so it's kind of nice. So yeah, so third one hand, I feel.
Neo?
Yeah, I was just. I just paused. No, I just paused. And I was like, so maybe the hand is the free Valiant, because the play to revive Caligula is nice, because you're basically getting free 100 Nexus points.
Yeah.
And like field presence. But maybe just think of one of the values. Maybe.
Wait, sorry, what'd you say? But maybe.
Exchange. When you card exchange one of the gladiator cards, you can use a provocation or whatever, silver something, to bring it back, but maybe getting rid of one of the valiants. Maybe just valiant isn't the shout as well. That could be a possibility.
I mean, that might be. I think you make a good point. Valiants are interesting in my mind because I think the inviting thing about Valiants is if it works out, you can have a perfect defense, right?
Yeah.
In a situation where Damien hadn't been popped, he would be a gladiator subset monster with the ability to negate an attack and also partake in all of the other gladiator subset buffs, right? Actually, wait a second. I think you popping the cards, looking at it, I'm trying to imagine any other deck dealing with this. And I think it's a struggle, actually. Hold on. How would Wandering have dealt with this?
Yeah, actually, I feel like we're underestimating because they just got clapped. But
yeah, because like putting things back where they were, with if Damien was still on the field, Damien can negate an attack. Then there was the rune that would be able to fortify Damien, and then you would have to attack him again. You would need 3 attacks to be able to kill just Damien, right?
And then you'd be able to like focus your other cards in the assault zone, which would boost your offense as well.
Yeah,
because this card, he's pretty good at clearing the defense, so whoever's behind him can like probably hit the face.
I will say they were still lacking, but I think what they need at the moment.
Ooh, and with Queen Mother's like jumping ability, yeah, that could be nice.
Right? I think what they're missing or what they need right now may not even be more strength. I think they need draw power. I think they need a rune that says remove the induction status effect from a card on the field to draw 1 card.
Yeah.
Right? That way they get their resources up, because in a situation where I had more cards at my disposal against what you brought to bear, honestly, I think Reapers just destroy this deck, honestly.
I would say
that.
Like when a gladiator card is destroyed, add a gladiator card from your deck or graveyard to the hand.
Okay.
Because that could be because you're making your opponent gladiator cards. So if your opponent's a gladiator and is forced to attack into you, it could also trigger, and that would be like a plus.
But that is that does make it very situational. That does make it a bit more difficult to use. Is that what we want? Because if it's if it's an activated effect where you remove a card from the subset, you take off the induction, you lose a bit of the because you had to spend resources to get to that point in the game. So you lose a few of the resources that you've created, but you get the guaranteed draw. Whereas if it's when a card is destroyed, if you don't manage to get a card destroyed that turn that was in the gladiator subset, then that means the rune just goes to waste.
I mean, isn't that the philosophy of runes?
It is, but if we're looking to buff the deck,
I would say we're looking to buff. I feel like that's a sufficient buff because you get to add a card from the grave.
Oh, so wait. I personally wouldn't give them a card from grave. I would just give them a card draw. I don't think I would do from grave.
Are you against it? Are you against when a gladiator is destroyed, add a card from deck or grave?
Yeah, just them adding from grave to hand in general, I'm against. Not because I think it would be too strong, but because I think it would be too weak. It's not what they need. Like looking at the grave right now, if the gladiators are doing what they need to do, ideally their staying power should be high enough that they don't need to come back from the grave. The only card in my graveyard currently is Queen Mother, right? She's the only one, and she is useless outside of turn 1 because her first effect only works on turn 1, and her second effect can only be used once, and it would have been used already to revive something that was discarded off of card exchange. So I don't think them getting a card back, because for example, your graveyard has been rinsed. Like you dropped in, got it out, got it. But this deck I don't think works in much the same way. I feel like what they have been yearning for is getting all of the cards that they need for their combo in hand. So more draw power is what I think I would opt to give them rather than recycling.
Yeah, I was just thinking because, and yeah, at the start they might not need it, but like later on they could use it because that would kind of give like like facet to the card. So in the beginning you can add like a card from the deck, and during the later stages you can add a card from the grave.
So in a certain way,
we're literally like,
yeah,
because like we're looking at this turn 3, literally turn 2. You only have Queen Mother, that's fine. But what about turn 4, 5?
I get what you mean. I think what you're saying. I thought what you were suggesting was unnecessary, but in reality, I think it's actually stronger. I would say let them draw for the time being, because what you're describing actually gives them options, which is like, okay, use it early to start the combo or use it later to reset the combo. I would rather only give them one. I didn't actually consider it from that perspective.
The trade-off from like giving them options is that,
do you really want a perfect defense deck to be good? In a certain way, yes. I want everything. I want everything to be playable, because as we've seen, sorry to interrupt. As we've seen from this game, even the perfect defense is for 1 to 2 turns, but there's 6 total turns. They can't have a perfect defense for the entire game, right? So I'm not necessarily opposed to that. I'm not necessarily opposed to bringing that up in power, because on turn 1 you can't take damage. On turn 2 you can't take damage unless you're up against a Reaper deck, in which case your entire deck gets shit on. Because looking at it, they don't have any destruction protection, and they don't have recycling like that. To be honest, this game has made me more weary of Reapers. This is the first time we've seen them actually using their popping potential.
Yeah.
And I'd be lying if I said it wasn't scary, because I'm trying to imagine any other deck up against this as well, where it's like, okay, either Umbridge is clearing out your defenses, or he's popping a card in your defense zone and then coming back to do it again, right? Like the Wandering subset.
I mean, he can't pop again because he's coming back to press you again, I guess.
No, but but that's the thing. If he wants to pop, right? If he wants to pop again, he can. Just Chronos again at the start of the turn if you feel like it, and pop another card.
Didn't you say that pop was once
per
contest?
We fixed that. It's a once per contest now. Thank you very much. I scared myself. Okay, so let's we'll leave it as a once per contest. So that means the Reapers have 2 pops per contest.
Yeah.
I will be honest and say that I am worried about them right now. I will be honest and say that worries me, because that choice to either tear through something or just outright destroy it, that is worrisome. I will tell no lies. Like Grimace is one thing, because it's like, okay, you kill me, I kill you. It's like a Destiny Bond type situation.
Yeah.
Whereas Umbridge is just like, hey, I'm leaving. I'm coming back, but I'm leaving for a second. I'm gonna pop your card now. Right?
If I'm going down, you're coming with me. Let's go.
We'll leave it for the time being. Making it a once per contest is one thing. We'll leave it for the time being. But it's just that mindset that, okay, if any deck wants to deal, I feel like I know what I want to do. What I was about to say is, if any deck wants to deal with the Reaper subset, they have to deal with the knowledge that at any point in the game, without restriction, they can be popped. At least with the Destiny Bond situation, you can decide to stop yourself from being popped by not destroying your opponent. There's some input from both players there. But with what we just saw, I don't actually think this is a problem. I think this is. Right? Because what you didn't even use Umbridge's pop. Before, the Destiny Bond thing was, okay, I get to decide when this happens, but you were able to just be like, nah, I'm gonna decide. I'm gonna force that destruction to forcibly destroy your defenses. If you had Hound at the same time, you could then pop Umbridge and do the same thing. This is what gave you that flexibility. Umbridge didn't actually do anything wrong there. It was Chronos.
Yeah, Umbridge is innocent, Your Honor.
Yeah. You did say I need a bigger hand, so yeah, maybe giving them a bigger hand draw through power might help. I think yeah, that's what we'll do with Reapers. So give not Reapers, give gladiators an extra draw.
I mean, I'll take the draw.
If it's the first time seeing it after if it's the first time seeing it after all the sensing, it's probably not that bad. Might just be a case of one deck countering the other. Oh no, definitely. I think Reapers hard counter this deck, but why I'm keying in on it, just for the context, is this deck doesn't have any specific strategy that's that different from anything that any other deck does that makes it so, like, my fear isn't that Reapers hard counter this. My fear is that with the ability to pop cards on the field, Reapers hard counter anything, right? Because the only other deck in the game with destruction protection right now is Forest Guard. Everything else is susceptible.
I thought you said it was Asylum.
No, Asylum doesn't have destruction protection. They have a system basically where if I say, hey, I'm gonna pop this Asylum card, rather than being destroyed and sent to the graveyard, they can remove it from the game or maybe return it to their hand. I think they might have one instance of not being destroyed, but that's not their general MO. With Forest Guard, they can like repeatedly. Actually, no, Forest Guard can't even repeatedly protect themselves from destruction. They can only do it once. Oh my goodness.
What is the card that protects them from destruction?
The card in Forest Guard that protects from destruction is the Rune. If a Forest Guard card would be destroyed, remove a forest counter from it instead, right?
Oh yeah, that card.
So they have that, and that's
we usually use it as a combo piece. So
it's a combo piece, exactly, right? So I mean, now Dryad got buffed, so Dryad can get it back for you. So maximum, you get 2 of that. I feel I know I want it to be like, okay, live on the edge and put a pop in the game, but this is the amount of problems that this can cause is already becoming sort of evident. Just wait for Gears to come out to push them out of the meta, bro. Bro.
Yeah, I feel like I agree. Needs to be telegraphed.
That's what I was thinking, right? I think the pop needs to be a bit more telegraphed. So rather than Chronos having an activated effect, it needs to be made conditional.
When an attack is destroyed, prevent the cards from chain of momentum being broken.
Okay, that's an interesting one. Okay, so when a Reaper, can you reuse the pop, or is it a one-time thing? So they have 2 pops, neither of them are reusable.
They're both one time. Yeah,
they're both once only. They have 2 pops, once only, but they are the only deck in the game currently with any pops. Nothing else can pop things right now. Which actually sounds kind of mad when you say it like that. Out of all, I think there's 112 cards. These are the only cards that pop.
And they're brothers.
And you know the thing, I think Grimace is fine. The whole Grimace thing was fine before this, right? Grimace being a pop was fine because it was a pop that both players had a say in. So what would the condition be? When a card's chain of momentum would be destroyed, pop a card on the field and prevent that from happening?
Yeah.
But then that's so situational that you effectively, Hound is the only card that can now pop Umbrage.
Is that not what we wanted?
It is.
So,
but then from that point of view,
yes, now it's more telegraphed. If now I have to specifically draw Hound or put Hound in my starting deck because I put Grimace in my starting hand because of how it worked, so I could have that. So now I have to put Hound in, which means that now I have like 1 less card to attack. Because Hound has 0/0.
I mean, saying that Reapers have 1 less card to attack is sort of redundant when the 1 card they have that attacks does it infinitely. Right?
Yeah, but like he's not making to your life. You can like, put a card there.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Like, because like I was hitting you for 350 with Cronus. No, Cronus was the one who's gonna finish you off at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Umbrage was just there to clear the path for the true star.
That makes sense. But then,
so
then as long as you don't put all your eggs in one basket, it could be okay. But so how most decks in the game work right now is they put 1, max 2 cards in the defense zone, right? Now, bearing in mind, the Reapers already have the power to wipe a player's defenses, right? Because they have a card that attacks at 300, resets its attack, and then attacks again, right? So it can clear a player's defenses. The answer to that was, okay, maybe play a little bit spicy, fortify a card to stop that card from getting through. But now they also have the option like, oh, you want to get spicy? Pop, right? And that's where I think the pop should be more costly. That's it. I think the pop should be more costly. Remove Umbrage from the game if it pops a card. Yeah. Either you get to wipe over and over and over again with Umbrage, or you pop a card and say goodbye, right? So either put your stock in that, or you have one final flash and then get rid of him, right? Because the biggest issue with that I'm having with Umbrage, so it's two things. It's either Chronos making it too easy to activate, or the fact that after Umbrage pops, you just get him back to do what he was doing before anyway, and his attack gets reset. So if your opponent is Salt Thief, it ends up being a waste. If Umbrage can't come back after popping, you have to make a choice. Do I keep my best defense clearer, or am I confident enough in taking this one pot shot at my opponent's life that I'm willing to give up my best attacker? And that's it. Grimace has a synergy rating of 7, so it's unlikely that you're going to be doing much else. So that makes it a final gambit play rather than something you can do anytime. I think that...
I mean, I'm fine with that as well. I was just going to say that if we change Cronus,
yeah,
then the pop would need to be... So you target... So Hound would need to destroy a rank 1... I would destroy a Reaper card, and then have to destroy something else in the Nexus, right? Is that what Hound?
So Hound says, where is Hound's card? I don't think that's how it works. Wait, where did Hound's card go? What? Oh, here he is. No, so destroy this card, target a card in the Nexus or a Reaper avatar, and destroy it. That is an activated effect, right? So
yes. So
at any point in time, he can destroy himself, and then either pop a card in the Nexus, or, and not to mention, that's another pop. That's another pop. You guys have 3 pops, not 2. This deck has 3 pops.
That's in the Nexus, though.
Well, yeah, but what if you're playing, like, for example, Gladiators? Samite is in the Nexus right now. She's a card that turn by turn is converting cards into Gladiators. You can just pop her. It's a combo piece. A pop is a pop.
Yeah.
This, yeah, no, yeah, this is.
Yeah, Umbrage can leave the house.
Umbrage is not coming back if he does that. And I mean, even with that, I mean, the play that you just made where you Grimace locked one of my cards and then popped. I mean, Hound can do that too. Even if we change Chronos, Hound can pop itself, pop Grimace, and then pop whatever card you soul linked to Grimace. So that means you get to decide when that happens. Okay, so the change then is Think Soul. Okay. I'm fine with Hound popping Umbrage, and I'm fine with Chronos popping Umbrage. I am not fine with either of them popping Grimace. Grimace was fair because your opponent was the one that chose when it got popped, right?
I mean, now that Umbrage is gone, I would say I'm a bit more resilient, hesitant to stop them from getting rid of, getting rid of, because now that Umbrage is gone, I'm a bit more hesitant on getting rid of Grimace.
What do you mean?
Because when you use that effect, you lose Umbrage forever. So your only offensive card is Cronus.
Yeah.
And your defensive card is Grimace.
So what I'm saying is I agree with that, but in a situation where I want to keep Umbrage, imagine this turn 1 play. Umbrage the Reaper, Grimace, and Hound. Grimace, Soul Link onto a card in your opponent's defensive zone if you think they're being very defensive, or Soul Link to a card that your opponent is attacking with. Say I summon my rank 3 for the game, right? Umbridge by himself clears out all of my opponent's defenses. Then my opponent might have chosen, okay, since my attacker is tied to Grimace, I won't attack. Hound just says, nope, pops himself, pops Grimace, pops your opponent's rank 3 attacker. Or if you think that your opponent isn't going to do that, just keep Hound in the Nexus until you're ready to make that pop happen, right? And Umbridge still gets to hang out.
I would say that it's a bit more telegraphed because Grimace turn 1 is linked to a card. So you know that when you see like Hound, you know that they're tied together.
I mean,
and Hound
I agree
can only do it in the movement phase. I say like.
So what I would say to that is I agree that it's telegraphed, but it being telegraphed doesn't make it fair. Like for example, turn 1, you don't know what you're up against, right? You could be playing any deck. So if my turn 1 involves summoning a rank 3 avatar or a rank 2 avatar or anything like that, because it's a blind turn 1. We have the advantage of not having blind turn 1s, but players would have a blind turn 1. Let's say that their strategy involves summoning the Wandering Ryu because the Wandering Ryu has a lot of staying power. Well, Soul Link onto the Wandering Ryu turn 1. Even if you see the Hound, there's nothing you can do to stop that. You had to have had the foresight to set the Wandering Gaze rune that would have shifted the target to a different card, right? Whereas on this end, it's not tied to a rune, it's tied to an avatar, so I can just wait. I can just hang out here and wait until I feel like popping, and then I pop Homeboy. But not only do I pop Homeboy, he comes back, right? But your card doesn't come back. I don't think Hound should be able to pop Grimace. I think that needs to be up to your opponent.
Okay, I mean, I don't think Hound was able to target. I would for Hound was like treat himself target rank 1, rank 2 in the Nexus.
No. So what Hound? No. So that's what we're saying. Hound says destroy itself. Target a rank 1 or rank 2 in the Nexus or a Reaper card you control. That's how he's able to pop Umbridge, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I feel like we recently added the last part.
We did in order to make it so that Hound and Kronos would be able to do the Umbridge effect, because before Umbridge's effect couldn't be activated by his own subset, right?
Yeah.
I think that the Hound should only be, if it's targeting a Reaper card, it should only be able to target Umbridge, right? So rather than it saying target a Reaper card, just say, hey, target Umbridge and destroy it. Right?
I mean, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I think that's a lot more, because yes, you still get the pop, but you lose your best attacker. Although Umbridge is SR6. Okay, think. In a situation... Okay, so let's say you played this deck as an SR6 deck, and you remove Grimace, you combo this with Ancient Beasts, right?
Is Ancient Beast 4?
Yeah, Ancient Beast is 4, right? You attack with, you use your Ancient Beast for offense, you use your Reaper cards for defense, so you have, let's say turn 1, you Reaper, you summon an Ancient Beast card, and you Nadia for defense, right? You tear through their defenses. You've got the Reapers to back you up. Then turn 2, you can summon the Hound, pop Umbridge if you want to, and get a free pop. Nah. Umbridge would have to go up in synergy rating. Okay, I think I see it. Make Umbridge synergy rating 7. He removes himself from the game. Hound can only pop...
Rank 1, rank 2, or Umbridge.
Yeah. Or
sounds like a shout then.
Because that sounds very specific. So I'm just thinking about all the potential options for balancing it, right? Because that sounds that's awfully specific, right? We could make it so that Grimace says when this card is summoned, target one card on the field. If either avatar, if this avatar or the targeted card is destroyed by battle, destroy the other card. So if you popped it with a card effect, that wouldn't trigger the Soul Link. That gives some counterplay to the Soul Link, where when destruction effects come in, if you destroy Grimace with the Soul Link card, if you destroy Grimace with a card effect, doesn't trigger the Soul Link, but it also makes it so that you can't use this Reaper situation over here to pop Grimace by yourself and get the benefits of the Soul Link. So the only card in that situation whose wording we need to change is Grimace.
I mean, like I'm fine with either way.
Oh, I'm just trying to see.
That's kind of like a nerf. It would kind of contradict because it will stop future-proof it.
Yeah,
stuff like Yadagarasi. When Yadagarasi comes back and he's destroying everything by card effect, you don't get the defensive clear.
Link. And when other decks eventually get their cards, they can pop things with card effects. That makes this card relatively useless. That being said, at that point, this deck would also get new support. So it might not be as bad. Like an upgraded version of this, maybe.
Grimace V2.
Yeah.
Grimace.
I'm just trying to see what would be better, right? Because Reaper's Hound, I mean, if it's the Reaper's Hound and Umbridge is the Reaper, it wouldn't be that bad for Umbridge to for that card to specifically say it could destroy Umbridge, but like that doesn't feel thematically appropriate. Why would the Reaper's Hound be destroying the Reaper, right? That doesn't feel thematically appropriate. Or if it's general, that's better. So yeah, I think this will be if this card is destroyed by battle. That way this combo doesn't work anymore. And Chronos would be updated to...
Wait, do you still need to change Chronos?
I want to say yes. Because...
What was changing him to?
Making it conditional. Right? So that way the Hound is the only activated pop, right? The Hound is the only one where you can pop at any point in time that you want to. Chronos can still pop, but more situationally. Break the chain momentum of attacking Reaper Avatar you control, and if you do swap this card's current attack and defense.
I mean, I'm not too stressed about it because because now there's not many things you want to pop in the first place. Mm-hmm. So I too much either way. Really, but it's up to you, to be honest.
Let's see. If it was,
because I think the effect right now is pretty simple. Just pop a card whenever card's chain of momentum will be broken isn't broken. If we change it, we're gonna have to make it more complicated, and there's no real reason for making it more complicated.
I think I have something that I prefer though. Bring it in line with its second effect. Its second effect says break the chain of momentum of an attacking Reaper card you control and swap this card's current attack and defense. The flip side of that would be when a Reaper avatar you control. There's something snapping on your end. Is there something up with your earphones? Well, can you try unplugging them and plugging them back in? There's this bitty effect, right? But what I was saying effectively is, okay, yeah, I think that'll fix it. Yo, Demon Slayer, how you doing? How much people do you have working on the game? I've got a team of 6 developers. I have an artist and an intern who's going to be starting over the summer, who's going to be doing more art. I've got a composer, so that's 6 developers, 2 artists, 1 composer, myself, and then the playtesters. So I would say maybe all in all, probably about 20 people, right? Yo, okay, yeah, that's a lot better, Neil. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, what I was saying was make it conditional as well, and just make it the flip side, where it's okay, when a Reaper avatar you control would have its chain of momentum broken, swap this card's attack and defense, its chain of momentum isn't broken, right? And make it change its utility. Don't make it about destruction anymore. Make it so that this card is all about switching its attack and defense so it's more versatile. If you want this card to be a defender, you want this card to be X, Y, or Z, use it in that way. It's a lot more risky to play in that sense, in my opinion. It's a lot more risky to play in that sense, but I don't know if I'm necessarily against that. What say you?
It's fine. It's just it doesn't seem too impactful.
Yeah, you make a good
So I feel like
point.
it's more like a preference, because like it's fine to me how it is now. I would say like if we're gonna change it, we need to. I would say I'd rather it being changed something a bit more impactful.
Okay, let's take a step back. What is the Reaper subset's biggest weakness? Let's try and figure that out, and let's try and plug that hole then. When can we expect a beta version? Early next year? I would be lying if I said I knew for sure. Every day things change with development and whatnot, but what I can say is, at the current pace, it wouldn't be an all-access beta, more like an alpha. A closed alpha might be possible by early next year, I would say. I say alpha instead of beta because beta implies that it's closer to completion. A closed alpha, and it would be a very small alpha, because by then, with where we're at right now, next month we're going to be adding in the battle system for the cards, but what really is going to be the true test that determines how long this game takes to develop is the card effects, where it's like, okay, making the card effects work seamlessly. Okay, this card was summoned here, it can do this. This effect works, all of that. So once we start doing that, it'll become clear how long it takes to implement the effects of a single card. And then I would have a more clear estimate. But my hope is that for the first 30 cards, because we're only working on 30 cards right now, and then we're gonna add the outstanding 100 and something cards incrementally, before release, of course. But right now in the game, there's only 30 cards. Yeah, hopefully halfway through next year, we might be able to see like a closed alpha type situation, right? Now, what we were saying before about the Reapers, right? Umbrage is the defense clearer, but you make a good point. The only other real attacking force you have is Chronos, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when a Reaper avatar's chain of momentum would be destroyed, increases cards attack by 50. That chain is not when a chain would be broken, increases cards attack by 50, its chain isn't broken. That way, he gets to be the secondary attacker. If Umbrage fails, Chronos can help him. Umbrage clears out the defenses, and then Chronos is there with a boosted attack to start dealing damage. So now they have two attackers. So each time your opponent tries to stop Umbrage, Chronos gets stronger. So that way when Umbrage eventually dies, Chronos will hopefully be strong enough to take his place.
So every time a chain of Umbrages, every time a Reaper card you control, change of momentum is broken, gain 50 attack. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so it does what it does now. If its chain would be broken, gain 50 attack and stop the chain from being broken.
Oh, okay.
Right, you get what I mean? So
it still stops from being broken. Instead of destroying a card, it just gains attack.
Exactly. That way this deck stops being as top heavy. You have Umbrage here and you have Chronos here, right? To fix the top heaviness problem. What I think that solves it. What would you say?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. So is it activated or conditional?
It would be conditional. Right?
Okay.
Right? Because if it wasn't conditional, then that means every turn, whether or not the chain would be broken, you would just gain 50 attack. Which, is that bad? Huh? Maybe that's not a bad thing. Actually, hold on. Would that be a bad thing? Shit, hold on. Wait, hold on. I can't wait to use my deck in this. Oh my days! Lumiere is working on your cards now. Lumiere is back on he's moved away from UI. He's back on design. He's working on the full subset as we speak. I'm so excited to see how it comes out. Like you said you wanted it to be tarot cards and everything, so that's what he's doing. So he's got the 10 tarot cards. He's working on. I haven't seen any of it. I don't know what it's gonna come out looking like, but I'm excited. I'll show you as soon as it's done. Although knowing Lumiere, with how long he takes sometimes, it might be a little while before he actually finishes it, but he's working on it now. I distracted myself. Yeah, if he can just boost, so his effect would effectively be, hey, boost his card by 50 attack every single turn. And also offer that blanket if a chain would be broken. You know what, that's not so bad. I think that might actually be balanced if he starts at 100 attack instead of 50. Which means that over the 6...
I think, because like, what I would say is what counts as your chain of momentum. Because we've seen like breaking your chain of momentum isn't as easy as
we would have thought.
Been. So I would say like it's fine. We need to like see during a game like how plausible is it for your opponent to break your chain of momentum while this card is like on the field, like while this card's like looking at it.
You know, you make a very good point. I think I do want to keep it as an activated effect then. Just each turn this card can gain 50 attack. Yeah,
because like so that's why I was like more accepting of it being
50,
activatable.
100, 150, 200, 250, 300. So in total, this card can gain a potential 300 attack on its own.
If you summon it from turn 1,
if you summon
it's 100 per turn, and it's 50 per turn. It's 50 per turn.
Yeah, so it being 50 per turn, so that means it has a potential 450 attack.
So it's making kind of more nuance, because now instead of summoning Grimace instead of summoning Umbridge turn 1, you'll probably summon Grimace, Cronus.
Really?
Sickle.
I would have thought it would be Umbridge, Kronos, Grimace. That way you have the defense, you start building your attack, Umbridge clears the defensive wall, and from turn 1 you're dealing damage. That's what I would have thought. And then you add in the support cards on the next turn.
Yeah, protection. It's basically like what's it called? It's basically like, it kind of makes it harder because you're basically trading off being able to attack your opponent for defense. I'll probably say get in Scythe or Sickle, whichever one protects, down ASAP is probably one of your number one priorities over Grimace.
I mean, is it? Because realistically speaking, who's going to get destroyed? How many decks turn 1 are putting up a defensive wall higher than 300? 1, and 2, even if they do put defenses up higher than that, just don't attack turn 1 and you won't be destroyed. They can't pop you if you don't attack. No other decks have a pop.
No, so I'm saying on the defensive side. So you need Grimace for the defense.
Yeah.
Cronus to start stacking the attack boosts.
Yeah.
And Scythe or Sickle, whichever one protects, to fortify your defense, because your opponent can like so once you have Scythe on turn 1, turn 2 you can summon Sickle.
No, wait, but you don't need. So let me tell you. So why you wouldn't need that is your opponent can summon a maximum of 2 cards in the assault zone per turn, assuming your opponent is being extremely aggressive. Turn 1, if you summon Grimace, Soul Link to one of the 2 cards, so whichever card has less attack, right? The card that has more attack will have to attack Grimace first, destroy Grimace, and then the second card automatically gets destroyed. Your life points are completely protected in that situation. Then turn 2, if you want to, you can put down the baby. That's assuming your opponent even wants their card to get destroyed and attacks into you because of the mind games there, right? Or you Soul Link to a card in the defense zone, so they choose not to attack like I didn't because their hands are tied. Or I feel like you're better off soul linking onto their offenses, and that's if your opponent is even that aggressive. Most people that I've seen only put 1 card in the offense turn 1, and Grimace is there to protect you. Then you just start dealing hella damage from turn 1 because Umbridge would wipe out the defenses, start dealing damage. Then from turn 2, let's say you do want that protection, you put the baby down in defense, put the scythe down to protect it, and once per turn it just won't be destroyed, so your opponent needs to double down on their offenses. Meanwhile, you're stacking up damage on your on their I'm seeing a strat here. I'm seeing a strat and it's kind of crazy.
What I would say to that is, if you go for the sickle scythe, your opponent summons 2 cards in the assault zone, one big and one smaller.
Yeah.
The big card attack you. You're not right.
Yeah.
And when the smaller in you destroy take down from the start and you destroy the bigger. So you're getting the bigger card. So if you're playing the smaller,
okay, so it's cutting. It's cutting
rid
a
of the
little
bigger
bit.
card.
It's cutting out a little bit, but I think I get what you're trying to say. So you use Grimace to destroy the bigger card and just take the damage.
Yeah. So if you summon sickle, you're getting rid of the bigger card because you're protecting yourself from the first attack. And when the smaller card attacks into you to destroy you, you take out the bigger card.
But that's assuming that a setup like that exists. That means your opponent would need to have put forward more than 400 points of offense turn 1, which isn't impossible. Some decks can do it. The Wandering subset can do it, all things being equal. But that's all while you, on the other hand, have put forward 300 repetitive points towards their defenses and 200 behind that for guaranteed damage, right? I mean, maybe it's a difference in play style, but personally, I would opt to not take the damage and start mounting up points on offense, right? The only danger to that combo, the only downside I can see is when Grimace gets as strong as Umbridge, Grimace will have to attack first, but then Sickle will prevent that by boosting up Umbridge's attack, so you don't even have to worry about that. I'm starting to see a rework. I am starting to see a rework. Sorry, someone said something. So the general basis, how the game works, is like Duel Links. I wouldn't really say so. I don't really know if I compare it to that. Are you planning on it to be available on PC or Android or just Android? Right now, we're only working on mobile. Right now, it's purely a mobile experience, but eventually the hope is that it can be ported over to Steam. It's very difficult to work with for every build at once, right? Now, yeah, I think what I would say is I'm happy for it to be an activated in effect.
I feel like we're agreeing. We're just talking about
the approach.
Now we're not even discussing the card.
Yeah.
We're literally discussing like how
its
we
application
personally would play it.
Right? But I think we're in agreement that it is a good change. So we'll make it so that is the play.
It's fine.
The only thing is
we'll see which play ends up being better.
So the reason,
a more like general sin, because I would say like being careful is more rewarding.
That's fair. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you per se, because if you choose to be careful, nothing really changes. You just miss out on. If I was being careful, I would summon Umbridge turn 1 and Grimace and Kronos turn 2, because in a situation where Grimace is on the field from turn 1, it's forced to attack on turn 2. So if anything goes wrong with Umbridge, you would lose both of them. Whereas if Grimace is summoned turn 2, at least you don't have to attack with Umbridge. At least you don't have to attack with it, right? They don't even know I snuck in call. Wait, what? Is Grim? Geartube is just in here. Geartube is just in here with us. Bro, how you doing?
I heard him.
I didn't even notice.
Hello.
Didn't even notice. How you doing, bro? What's good? Make it so that we can. Wait, is it my Wi-Fi? Because I can't hear him properly.
No.
And I couldn't. Oh, so you can't hear him either.
Yeah.
Geartube,
Yes.
I love you. He can't hear you, but I'm assuming you're good. You said you were out, so I'm guessing that's why. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Is boosts its attack by 150 for the blanket protection. Make it so that Umbrage is removed from the game if it pops. What else did we decide on? Grimace only pops if the card it's linked to is destroyed by battle. And I think the last thing that I would say is bring Cronus down to 100 rather than 150 attack. Bring Cronus down to 100 attack. The reason being, it's boosting by 50 every turn, but it's also in the same archetype as a card that can boost it by 100 every turn. Now that 100 is only until the end of the turn, but I feel like it can't be overstated that that is a lot.
I say like it's the same thing as like Minus. Minus starts at 150 and boosts for 50 per counter.
Who's Minus?
Entity minus Forest Guard, entity Forest Guard. I feel like it's kind of like established cards that can increase the attack by 50 start at 150.
I mean, that is sort of a niche.
Because Wukong starts at 150, boost by 50.
It does, and I get what...
Torsion
starts at 200.
And doesn't boost.
Now, see, here's my counter to that, and I do get what you mean. I feel like the difference here is, though, from the strategy that we've talked about, Kronos' goal, those cards are their primary attackers for their subsets, right? You're going in with Minos to do battle. You're going in with Entity to do battle. Meanwhile, Kronos' whole jam is, no, I'm here in the back to attack you directly, right? Like, if everything goes according to plan, Kronos will be dealing damage direct to your opponent's Nexus gauge, which, in my opinion, is more meaningful, because he's not supposed to do battle with monsters. That's Umbrage's job, right? Kronos' job is just to hit you directly. So putting it on par with those cards that can get really big, I think is a problem. So I think it's better if it starts at 100. That way from turn 1, if all goes well, it's dealing 150 to the Nexus. From turn 2, it's dealing 200 to the Nexus. I see that adding up relatively quickly.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's fine.
Right?
Cause like you're trying to like hit the Nexus for while those cards have higher stats because they're trying to make it to the Nexus.
Exactly, right? You put it perfectly, right? Those cards are trying to make it to the Nexus. This card is already there. I mean, with that logic, honestly, having explained it myself, I feel like I would prefer this card to start as a 50-50 rather than at 100, but I'm not going to do that. Let's keep it at 100 for the time being.
If we're gonna start at 50, we could make it gain 50 attack and defense, because the second effect swaps the attack and defense.
Oh, that might actually be a shout. That might be a shout. The most versatile card. Make it so that every turn it gains 50 attack and defense. You can use it as a secondary defender or a secondary attacker. Give you, the player, the choice. Not to mention there's a card that lets you reduce your Nexus gauge to move it somewhere else so that it could, if we do that, the amount of power that's in that play, I personally would bring Baby back down to 0 if we did that, because that's so strong. That's so strong, because that means, so turn 1, it's at 50, then you bring it up to 100, then by turn 3, it's at 150, turn 4, it's at 200. Let's say that this card is in the assault zone and it's going to be destroyed. Move it to the defense zone, and boom, just like that, you now have, even if it used up, let's say 150 of its attack, its defense was untouched.
I'll say move Baby to 50 and we'll see if that's still strong.
Hold on, I think we're on the edge of something. What if... No. Balance. Increases card's attack or defense by 50.
Yeah, that's fine then.
Yeah.
And because I'm fine with it being either or.
Yeah.
And I'm I would prefer to keep Baby at 100.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm fine with
I
it.
think we make it either or. Keep Baby at 100. That way you're not just zooming around too much. Love it. Okay, good. That's a solid rework for Chronos. You got some card designs that we can see a little spoiler? Yeah, sure, no problem. I'll show you in a sec. Let me just update this. We've got almost all the cards in the game done. The last batch because for the first build of the game that's going to be released, there are only 5 cards. No, the generic avatars, because they're brand new, and then 5 cards existed that needed their art redone because they were done by a different artist. And then all of the cards that are coming out in the first build of the game have their art done already. Outside of that, melee attack or defense. Or defense by 50 for the blanket protection. Bring it down to 100 attack. Yeah. Bring it down to 100 attack. Baby stays where it is. I am much happier. With the cards looking like this. That is great. So let me. What time is it? It's only 9:30. Do you want to go again, but with different decks?
Yeah, you need to invite me again.
Oh shoot. Okay, yeah, no problem. While you. Oh wait, Brandon is online. Brandon, are you at work? Are you free? Do you want to hop in? While you load up, I am going to. Are you planning on playing Reapers again?
I mean, forever, to be honest.
Sorry?
If you need to play Reapers, I can. No.
Okay. In that case, hold on. I also want to put down that gladiator rune that we talked about. Add a glad rune that that removes a card's inducted status to let you draw 1 card. Right? Okay, cool. I can't. No worries, bro. That's all good. Okay, so that gets changed. What else do I want to test? I feel like I would love to test the Asylum subset. We have not tried that yet.
Yeah, we're kind of ducking them.
Right? We've been dodging that since the Reapers have a bunch of changes and the Gladiators have some changes coming their way as well. Let's not do that yet.
Yeah, we can.
Oh wait, what did Gear say?
I finally moved out of the room.
He's just asking if we can hear him.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you better
finally
now.
got out of my dad's room. Yeah. Stuck in traffic.
That's not
the
fun.
beach. I have no idea what's going on.
Well, I mean, on the bright side, you're out and about. It's a beach day. That's a vibe.
Oh no, it's raining right now. I'm coming off of my shift right now.
Oh no.
I work.
I just wanted to be happy for you, man.
Yeah, in England, we're very accustomed to rain.
Right? I love the rain. Don't get me wrong.
Pick a side. This is an emotional roller coaster. It's like, oh, that's great. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that's great.
That's
That's
you're assuming, not me.
Fair, man. I'm glad you're having a good time. But yeah, I'm excited for you to be able to start playtesting. I'm sorry it took so long for me
be
to say the
promoted?
thing.
I'm once again asking for promotion.
Of course. After lots of consideration, there you go.
Thank you, sir.
Now I'm just gonna
do you want to
Right,
save
exactly,
the
sorry.
game state
Thank you for the reminder.
now or later?
Yeah, I'll save it now. Overwrite, save. Okay, so before we actually get started, they asked, this is a lot of work, my guy. What inspired you to make a game? Well, that is a funny story. I've been making games since I was a kid. Like legitimately, when I was in, I think I told this story during a stream one time when I was in high school and not high school, middle school, and I recreated the Hidden Leaf Village from Naruto with cardboard boxes because that's all we had. I went to boarding school in Nigeria, so I got boxes and markers and I taped them together, and I made a game where like you could navigate the board and use jutsu by drawing. I've always had a thing for like making games, And also just making stories and stuff. So I was working on a story. The story involved a card game. And at first I just used Yu-Gi-Oh as a card game, but then I was like, wait a second, why? And I made my own, and here we are. About a year and a half. No, the game isn't a year and a half old, but in reality, it's complicated.
The concept. The concept is.
That's the thing. In reality, the concept for Summoner's Nexus is 6 years old. Not 6. No. 4. No, 5. No, it's 5 or 6 years old because Summoner's Nexus is based on a game that I designed while I was in uni. Under a novel that I was working on called Kato Wars, where similarly you would have like the monsters on the board moving around and everything. I just never refined and polished it, but it was based on a story that I was writing. So lore-wise, actually, Summoner's Nexus is a continuation of the Kato Wars series that I created way back then. So from that perspective, it's been in development for longer, but it didn't start to get refined until about a year and a half ago. So yeah, that's a long story. So for the person who asked for the card designs to be seen, we'll just do this real quick before we get to the actual battle. Over here you have the Daemon subset. Let me make these bigger. This is a Daemon subset. It's a quartet of monsters that are based on the 4 elements that boost each other's attack and defense when their abilities are used. It's a minor subset, so it's not as big as some of the others. You just saw the Gladiator subset in action. You know, you saw, let me put these over here. You saw Caligula. You saw all of these guys. Provocator is probably my favorite card design out of all of them. She just looks so good. So yeah, you've already seen all of these, right? You've seen all of these. Ancient Beasts are another subset. They're a major subset that is really, really cool. They're probably like this is like the starter deck kind of subset because they're the easiest deck to pick up. They're all about just brute force. You destroy your opponent's monster, boom, you get a token. You destroy your opponent's monster, boom, you get a token. The art style for these is different because we were working with a different artist back then, and this isn't even done yet. This is one of the cards being done by the new artist, and so this entire subset is being redone by Lumiere right now, along with the Fool subset. That's what's on his plate. There's a lot of cards. There's a lot. You also just saw the Reaper subset over here. This is Grimace of the Reaper. Reaper Scythe, one of the supportive cards. Sickle, another supportive card. Ward, another supportive card. It's a kind of top-heavy deck. Umbrage the Reaper, which is the main attacker. But as you've just seen, we sort of reworked the subset. Hound is another supporter. We've reworked the subset so that Kronos can actually be a secondary attacker. We get rid of this. You've got the Iron Copper subset, which is a minor subset, just 4 cards. Minor subsets are smaller, major subsets are bigger, they have more abilities and more runes. These guys are all about chain links, where basically they say, hey, when we activate effects, your opponent can't respond to them, but also we all have to each card can only activate one effect. They say, hey, one of us activates an effect, but then we all have to activate our effects in the same chain and your opponent can't respond, basically. So that's a bit tricky because then you basically telegraph everything you're about to do with that deck. Minotaurs are a new one. They just got added in. They're also a minor subset. They're about sort of like trying to, it was my attempt at playing with piercing damage, right, where they can break through your opponent's defenses and still keep on going. Still need a little bit of tweaking, I would say, but they're relatively simple in concept, so it's really not too difficult to pilot them. Swamp Dwellers are one that have gotten reworked and are being slept on. This is one of the only decks that has a just straight up negate, and no one has tried to use it yet. It's another minor subset of Swamp People. Imarag, you know, it's supportive, and then they've got Rarog, just another card. But yeah, it's got a recyclable negate that can be used twice, but it only works on rank 2 or lower cards, and it's a once per turn. It's kind of complicated to set up, which is why I'm assuming no one has used it. Some of my favorite card designs come from the Wyvern subset over here. This was designed, I didn't mean to do that. This was designed by Seluxis. I did a lot of tweaking to get it to like
Not be broken.
Yeah, no. When Saul, genuinely, when Saul made it, it was basically perfect. The only reason it needed to be changed is because since Saul made it, the mechanics of the game have been changed, so the mechanics of the deck had to be updated. Genuinely, game was,
it had the bounce every turn.
It did. So that was out of everything it had, that was
Ventus was
Ventus was insane. Ventus was insane. But
you can't look straight me in the face and tell me Ventus wasn't broken.
Ventus was broken, but what I'm saying is he made a deck containing 5 cards so he had 2 rank 1s, he had 2 rank 2s, and he had a rank 3. And out of those 9 effects, only 1 of them was broken. I think he did a really good job on that one personally, right? Like when we're
not saying he didn't do a good job.
Right?
It's hard.
So yeah, Ventus. This was a card that used to be broken, but it's been updated.
You know?
This is a subset of just all dragons. Omnis, he combines all of the abilities of the other dragons in some ways. And then Terra, also a cool one. He's the Earth Dragon. What else?
You literally said Wyvern.
Wyverns and dragons are the same thing as far as I'm concerned. Oh, this is a Harpy subset. The Harpy subset sucks, but it sucks on purpose.
I will not stand for this slander.
Right? This is Caladrius. Harpies are waifus in a sense, but it depends on what you're into. Pick your poison, I guess. They've all got really weak stats, but that is because when they are able to deal damage, they have some really good effects with like life point manipulation, right? So when more like for example, if you wanted to play like Queen Mother, where she could boost the attack of a card on the field, boosting the attack of a Harpy card could make it into a real threat because some of these cards say like, hey, if I destroy a card by battle, reduce your opponent's Nexus gauge by a certain amount. If I deal damage to your opponent, double the amount of damage I just dealt. The only reason it's balanced is because they all only have 50 attack and 50 defense. If you could find a way to boost that up, these could be real threats, right? So that's them. Forest Guards, this is like one of the first 2 cards in the game, 2 subsets in the game. Minos has one of the coolest designs out of all of them. He's an attacker. Kalpa Banyan, we thought he was useless, but it turns out he's actually really, really good. Entity is probably the best attacker that they've got. He's just kind of insane. He's got a high synergy rating.
Yeah, he's saucy.
Centaur Sage, also cool, you know, a little bit slept on in my opinion. He lets you play runes directly from the hand, which is cool. Dryad got a buff recently, so he's actually, I think, decent now. Lilith is actually really good now. I'm so excited for you guys to see the Lilith buff. So what she now does is, take a look at this. Remove a forest counter from this card for every Forest Guard rune in your casting zone. Those runes are not revealed and sent to the graveyard this turn. Like, bro, that she bypasses one of the main mechanics of the game now, which I think when they get better runes would be really good. But even with some of the runes that they have, if your strategy doesn't work out the way you think it's going to, she lets you pivot, and I think that's really cool. And then Silenus is one of the centerpieces of the deck. Goblin Forge is like his backup. He's hanging out, and I think that's all of them. Yep, that's all of them. So that's that subset. Delete that. Arias, another subset designed by Saul. It's a minor subset of effectively waifus, but they're music waifus. So you have this card. Their whole shtick is that you play them turn by turn. So Aurora comes out turn 1, does something. The next one comes out turn 2, does something. The last one comes out turn 3, does something. The only detriment is because they all have to work on turn 1, 2, and 3. To avoid screwing yourself, you would need to put all 3 in your starting hand, which is why I think they're not seeing as much play in terms of playtesting. Like, people haven't really been clamoring for that deck, because even though the effect that you eventually get is pretty solid, it takes up a lot of space, and they don't have the stats to back it up sometimes. You have the Valiant subset, which we've seen. They're just Centaur Knights, very defensive, very useful. And that is, I haven't shown you Asylums because I'm about to play them. You haven't shown them the Wandering subset as well. Oh, right. I didn't show you Wandering. They're literally the main cards in the game. So you have Keeper of Riddles.
More subsets to come later.
Sorry?
And disclaimer, more subsets to come later.
Oh, yeah, and more subsets to come later. There are literally, I think at this point, hundreds of subsets in development. This is Osiris. I don't like the way she looks, but I feel like it's good that she looks that way. This is the best boy. Cerberus is the best boy. Cerberus, the Asylum Sentry. I love him. He's beautiful to me. Woof woof. Move this over to the side. Blackjack is weird. He's a weird looking guy, but you know, we like him. We keep him around. Neo, you'll see at the bottom of each of these cards is their passive effect on the ID cards written in white. So that's a good way to, so that's how passive effects are being written here. In the main game, passive effects will be written differently, but that's how they're going to be written while we're playtesting. And that is the Asylum subset. Boom.
What the heck? I was about to say, why do you hate Osiris and you just delete her off the face of the planet?
Well, I just think she looks weird. That's honestly the whole reason. So, Wandering subset, main card in the deck, the Wandering Twertian. He's cool. Wait, did I just say he's the main card? No, he's one of the main cards, one of the main attackers. Wandering Ryu is the main card. He's awesome. We love him. Reyes, she's like the premier waifu. I think she's one of the first cards that was put into the game that's like, okay, she kind of bad, but also she's a snake, so you know, pick your poison. Mokus,
I will.
And then Mokus is another supporting card. This deck has a lot of supporting cards. Miragra is beautiful. We love him. He's a Chad. Move that to the side. Boss Guardian is also a Chad. We love him. Supporting card. Wukong is one of your primary attackers. He's a monkey boy. Hui never gets love, bruh. No one plays him, but he's a nice boy. Phoenix is cool. Love Phoenix. In my opinion, he's who I choose over Hui. Ifrit is awesome. I wish I liked his effect enough to use him more because he's probably one of my favorite card designs in the entire game. And those are all of the cards that currently exist in Summoner's Nexus. I haven't shown you the runes because the runes aren't in this build. The runes, because like right now, I just have temporary things on for the runes. You see that symbol there? That's not how the actual rune is going to look. The runes look more like this, where like they're actual like runes with symbols, but those don't exist in this build because they didn't need to. All right, so
try not to show your challenge if possible. And she's like, well, every card in the Wandering we love. Every card is goated. Like, don't mess with me.
Listen.
Every Wandering card is the best card.
They are
when
really
can we
good.
expect those next Ryu buffs?
Sorry?
When can we expect the next set of Ryu buffs?
So, Ryu's next buffs are actually coming today. He's now the best card in the game. You put him on the field and you win immediately. That's just his new effect. He's the Exodia without the pieces. So...
He is the pieces.
Ryu's Nexus, baby. We finally made it. Ryu's Nexus.
Oh, man. And yeah, that's it. So let's spawn the cards for the next game. Sorry, I wasn't reading the chat because I was going through all of the cards. Yo, Reaper, how you doing? What's good with you? Didn't know you were streaming. Yo, Reaper, I play Master Duel on my own time now, but I've dedicated this channel to the game that I'm developing because I don't feel like I have time to run a gaming channel and work on game development. So that's why this channel is now TGN Studios, because that's the company that I started, right? I'm glad you guys like the card designs. May I know who's the artist? So he's my buddy Lumiere. Initially, he was helping me with my webtoon. And when the game, I know for whatever reason, Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't credit the artists for the card art. That's ridiculous. In game, under each, it'll either be in the card data or it'll be in the credits. Lumiere is going to be credited for all of the art. But because right now, how I found him was he was helping me work on my webtoon, and he still is. He's working on my webtoon, but the cards from the webtoon are also cards that appear in the TCG. So that's kind of how we ended up here. So when the game comes out, his links, his information, everything will be put out there. But as of right now, I don't actively promote the card art in that sense, specifically because not because I don't want to give him the credit, but specifically because with how much work I have him doing, he doesn't work for me exclusively. He's a contractor. So if he starts getting more work, that means that I have less opportunities to hire him, and it's already tough. So once the game is done, I'm giving him all of his credits. But for now, he's only taking my money.
Trying to keep him low key.
Yeah, that genuinely, that's it. Trying to keep him low key because he's such a good artist, right? He's such a good artist. Honestly, I have nothing but faith in his work. He's gonna make it big one day. So let's spawn
so are we.
These cards. Yes?
I said, and so are we.
And so, exactly. And so are we. So are we. Exactly. Exactly, right? So, we're going to try the Asylum subset for the first time. I just want to double check. What's their synergy rating so I know what to build? I think it's 6. 5? What? 5? Okay. Are they really 5? Wait, what? Why is their synergy rating so low? 5?
Because they're trash and they die.
Oh, right. Yeah, they die. Okay, that's... Yeah, that's why the rating is so low. They die. That makes sense. Okay, in that case, I would like you to play. Are you good with Forest Guard?
I was thinking minus Aria, and maybe I'm fine with Forest Guard.
Okay, yeah, let's try it up against Forest Guard because I feel like Forest Guard is probably the most balanced deck. Aside from maybe like Ancient Beasts, but they're small, so they're easy to balance. And plus, all of them have the same second effect. So, it would be a real shame if they weren't balanced. So here's everything. Whoa, what? It says, Neo, it says you got kicked out. Right?
Yeah, I died. It happened.
Oh, okay, well.
Death comes for us all.
That is unfortunate. Well, let me know when you're ready for a new invite. Thank you so much. Getting really excited to have those cards. Yeah, it's gonna be really cool. So eventually they will be out and about for everyone to like have and use and all that good stuff. But for the time being, yeah.
I don't know if you heard, but I was thinking of maybe playing like minus Aria with like some generic cards.
Minos and Aria?
Yeah, because like
just a generic build. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that works too.
Minus have like piercing attack, so maybe if you sneak Arias behind them, they can like poke your opponent.
I've made a mistake.
I don't know if they have a bit like too little defense to like. We'll see what happens.
What I'll do is I'll just spawn all the generics for you.
Yeah, but I'm saying I'm fine with playing the Forest Guard if you think that would be better for testing. I was just thinking that because
yeah, fair enough. Okay, so for this time around, we'll do Forest Guard, but that does sound a mashup deck. I mean, getting cards balanced in their subsets is one thing, but yeah, we do have to start getting to the mashups at some point. For now, let's get the base cards done. But I am interested in a setup like that. There's an invite for you.
Yeah, because just like how you explaining it, just sounded like they have like potential synergies and like working together and stuff. Yeah. Sounded plausible.
All right. Now, if I am playing Asylums, there are 5 cards in the synergy rating 5, so I have to play all of them. Let's see what these guys actually do, and that will determine. I know that all of the runes are centered around keeping us alive, rather than giving us any real benefits. Level on the Nexus that isn't right. Okay, I just remembered some of their effects. It is actually kind of interesting. When this card is summoned, if your opponent summoned a card in the Nexus's turn, you can generate an Enigma token and return this card to the hand. When the declaration phase ends, you move an avatar in the Nexus to a different zone controlled by the player who summoned it. Okay. Honestly, this just seems like control, right? But yeah, Gwinnett, don't worry about it. So yeah, just it'll take a little bit of time, it'll take a little bit of patience, but eventually you'll get the cards. And I would say, and I know this sounds, this might sound weird. It's hard to ask an audience to be patient for something that's coming, because I know like the first thing that comes to mind at this stage is like, okay, reach out for more content and more information, maybe even reach out to the artist, all that kind of stuff. I would appreciate it if we let Lumiere focus on that and let like the team focus on the game building. This probably isn't necessary. I only bring it up because it's happened once already, and so I feel the need to disclaim that. Like I get so hyped when people are excited for the game, but then sometimes people get too excited for the game, as we've seen. So I'm very, very grateful for your interest.
What was the previous people to gain?
So in the last instance, you know how I said that I'm keeping Lumiere low key?
Mm-hmm.
The reason why is because someone liked the art for the game so much that they started trying to commission Lumiere effectively, which ended up taking away from how much he was able to do for the project, right? So that ended up causing
Did he ever
problems for-
disclose who it was or no?
No. He just said,
I
oh,
believe you. Like,
he just said, oh, a fan of your project came and said that they wanted to, they had seen your art and like wanted me to do some stuff. So he had his hands full, so he couldn't take more orders. So it's like, okay, someone liked the project so much that they then got in the way of the project.
In the way of the project.
So
Yeah.
that's something. So I feel weird not being forthcoming about like, oh yeah, this is the person doing the art, because obviously you want to give credit to the artist. Even if you've paid for the art, you still give them credit. It's more so just a thing of he's so good that I'm being careful effectively to avoid problems. Now, back to reading the effects. This is very much a control-oriented deck. And it revolves very largely around the Nexus. Huh.
Can I hazard invite?
Yeah. There you go. The more that I look at this deck, the more that I think it sucks.
Yeah.
Destroy and send to the graveyard. Remove this card from the game. Okay, 100, 100. I mean, they're all dual types, which is cool, but none of them are support types, which means that I can never be safe in the Nexus. So that means that Cerberus, this little guy over here, I mean, he's got a really strong effect. Purgatory. While this avatar is on the field, cards in the graveyard cannot be summoned or returned to either player's hand, right? He just stops that completely. But if I put him in the assault zone, then that means he has to attack on turn 2. And if I put him in the defense zone, that means my opponent can destroy him anytime. So I feel like the play is to put him in the assault zone and just make sure that you have stronger cards in front of him to clear the way. So he goes in the starting hand.
Yeah, for some reason the invite isn't working. I'm gonna try and invite you and see if that works.
Okay. Wait, invite me?
Yeah.
Why not just enter through, go to the main thing, because the game is public. Go to the main screen, and just look for it manually.
It didn't show up, but what's the name of? It's just Nexus, right?
Yeah, if you just put in Summoner's Nexus, it should come up. It should come up automatically if we're friends. And if it's not, then that means there might be a problem. It might be worth restarting, because I think we had a similar thing last time, no?
Yeah, and I don't think we worked it out, but it's fine, I guess.
For every avatar on the Nexus that isn't an Asylum card, each Asylum card you control gains 50 attack and defense until the end of the turn. Okay, so that's good against, like, Nexus-heavy decks, I guess. The first time an Asylum avatar would be destroyed... Sorry?
I feel like that would reach that. It's good again. Next, no show.
So it kept cutting out. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, that was the conclusion we reached. That it's good against Nexus decks, but not much else.
Okay, so we need to mix it with... So, honestly, it might be an Ancient Beast type P. Like, it might be a thing of they control while Ancient Beasts do most of the fighting. Keeper of Riddles is interesting. But I don't think Keeper of Riddles goes in the main. Yeah, I don't think Keeper of Riddles goes in the main. Oh no, this deck sucks! When the Asylum Razorback would be destroyed and sent to the graveyard, remove this card from the game, that card is not destroyed. I literally don't even think I need this. So this also doesn't go in the hand. And Osiris, target an avatar in the Nexus, destroy it, send it to the graveyard. Okay.
Question: when was this last updated? At least this subset.
This subset was updated recently. When I've gone over the text of every single card in the game last month, right? Literally, it just got updated. But you know the thing about, like, when I'm making a card, it's making it like, oh yeah, that could be cool. But when you actually see it on the field for the first time, I feel like I have this moment of clarity where I'm actually imagining gameplay scenarios for what they really would be, and it does not look good. Oh my days!
No.
Oh my! Oh no! This is so bad, because my thought process is like, okay, yeah, they have a system of runes where it's like the runes stop them from taking the destruction penalties. But that means you have to have all 6 runes, and there's only 5 rune slots. Which means that there's a turn where you just don't have protection unless you use monster effects, but that also means that you can't use any other good runes. No, this deck sucks. This deck
This
sucks.
is what you caught live on the stream.
Oh no. Oh
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Maybe there's a
When
way.
you said they have 6 runes, I was like, okay.
Oh.
Runes are some of the most disposable things. I'm like, is this like the same thing as Gladiator VC? Oh, you have half of your monsters are there to like help the other half be decent / good. Wow, this is like
Jeez.
the monsters are mid and the runes are just trying to stop them from killing themselves.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try a mashup. Okay, it's gonna be, listen, it's fine. Everything is fine. We're gonna try a mashup deck, right?
Let him cook.
We're gonna try a mashup deck, and we're gonna play a little bit on the risky side. I think personally, balance-wise, this deck will not need any nerfs. Target Asylum Avatar. Okay, so
Nerfs.
this is not good enough. When an Asylum or Reaper avatar you control be destroyed by battle, remove that card from the game. Okay, yes, this goes in the hand. Remove it from the game. This maybe doesn't go in the hand. This does go in the hand. Ooh, Contract is really good. Target Asylum avatar you control cannot be destroyed during this. Oh, and Rejection. Okay. Wait, we're cooking. Hold on. I think I might be doing something here. 2 over there. So, if I were to then, no, I wouldn't have space for that. Yes to this. Return it to your hand. Okay, or wouldn't have space for this. So it's between this and this. I feel like I would take this one. Delete these. Okay. And I've literally got space for 4. So I would go 1, 2, so that I don't die. 1, 2. Then I could take... Who would I take? I wouldn't take you. You're not good enough. Delete. You would go in the draw. Okay. No, I don't know if this is good, but it's playable. I don't know if this would be considered good, but it's playable. Looking at the cards.
Can you invite me?
Oh, right. Sorry. Looking at the cards, right? The strategy would be turn 1. I'm almost tempted to not play cards from the subset. Oh, God. Okay. All right, so looking at the cards, this is a 250-250, right? This is a 250-250 card. 250 attack, 250... What? No, you. 250 attack, 250 defense. Turn 1, I would summon you and you. Put you in the defense zone. Yeah, put you in the defense zone. And then I could also summon maybe... Oh, that's messy. Okay, also summon maybe... That's not enough offense. So instead, maybe 1, 2... and then summon Nadia. And that's the turn 1 play. Lock down the graveyard so no graveyard effects can happen. And things can't be moved out of the graveyard. So maybe I don't need that turn 1 actually. Hold on. Most decks don't move anything out of the graveyard on turn 1, right? Most decks do that from turn 2.
Mm-hmm.
So turn 1, I could Dominus plus this, plus Nadia for tokens.
Step 1 to playing Asylum. Don't play Asylum.
Wait, hold on. This might actually be kind of cool because maybe the aim of this isn't to be a deck that gets played on its own. It's supposed to be a deck that just gives you control elements for other decks that you would like to pilot. So it's like Ancient Beast Control, where it's like, okay, you're playing Ancient Beast, and you lock down the graveyard and the Nexus while... Wait, hold on. This is actually kind of fire. Ancient Beasts are all about generating tokens by moving things out, by destroying your opponent's cards, right? That's their whole shtick, right? What this deck can do is, if your opponent is playing a Nexus heavy deck, usually support type cards in the Nexus are going to be relatively weak. So, what this card says is... No, so you wouldn't even want it to be that one. They have a card that can eject the cards in the Nexus. That would allow your Ancient Beasts to destroy them. You'd be able to use your Ancient Beasts to destroy cards that would have otherwise been in the Nexus and generate tokens that way while also controlling the graveyard. So this isn't an Asylum Ancient Beast deck. This is Ancient Beast Control. That's what these cards are for. Okay, so with that in mind, I don't need as many of them. So I would remove this from my hand. Deck Collector is cool and all, but... for every avatar in the Nexus, each Asylum card you control gains. And no, I don't need this in my opening hand, so I put this back and add Leonidas to my opening hand instead. Hold on, this actually might cook. This actually might cook from a certain point of view. Target Asylum avatar you control, it cannot be destroyed during this wave. So if I just put this in the defense zone and activated this, for one turn I just have an unkillable defense unless you pop it. Yeah, no, this is actually some heat. Neo, is your thing letting you in now?
Actually? Yeah.
Because I hear the background of the thing. Is it working now? Because if it is, I think this deck might actually have something. I mean, of course...
Yeah, I'm just in the lobby. I feel like you can try maybe joining me, see if that works. And if not...
Alright. So the cards in my opening hand are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why am I missing a card in my draw? 1, 2, 3.
Try it last time, I guess.
Okay. Invite. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is all of them. Also, I have one more space. That's really good, actually. Okay. So your opening hand looks like this. So yeah, no, it's an Ancient Beast deck. It's not meant to be an Asylum deck. Even though it's a major subset, it's effectively a minor subset. It's just support cards. Right? I think that's kind of cool. When graveyard-oriented effects become more popular, that it'll probably go up in usage. But at least at the outset, it's cool to see it for what it is. This might actually be the... Because oh, Neo, what's going on with your earphones? Your earphones.
Oh,
whoa. Can you unplug them quick? Oh. Sorry, guys. Let me turn that off. Right? Yeah, that was something. Is it gone? Not yet? Okay. Yeah, worse than dial-up? Nah, it's alright. But yeah, so I think we might be running into some technical difficulties which might not make it possible to play tonight, but I would love to test out this deck now. Because this deck counters gladiators, because gladiators would want to send stuff, would add stuff back to the graveyard to the hand. It targets all those cards where it's like, oh yeah, add a card from your graveyard back to your hand. So all the decks that would want to recycle their resources, it can stop that. Meanwhile, Ancient Beasts are just going to be Ancient Beasting. So it's an Ancient Beast deck that has the primary objective of keeping this little dog alive, right? The rest of the deck, in my opinion, isn't even all that relevant, right? The rest of the deck aims to just do what Ancient Beasts do. This card is going to be in the opening hand because it is actually just good. It's got a solid body at 250 plus. It can jump up to 350 if it needs to, while also countering cards in the Ancient Beast control. It's Ancient Beast control. That's what it is. It's Ancient Beast control. I'm going to save this deck. This might actually be one of the better ways to play Ancient Beasts. That's only going to get better as the game goes on. As graveyard effects become more prevalent, this will just become the best way to play Ancient Beasts over time, right? Because this just says, hey, lock down the graveyard. Meanwhile, this says, hey, lock down the Nexus, right? Although it is missing a card. It needs one more card. And I know exactly what card is perfect for it. It's a generic avatar. They need Maxim Opus. They need Maxim Opus, because what Maxim Opus says is, Maxim Opus is this one. She goes in here. What she says is, remove a rank 2 or lower avatar you control from the great game and increase the value of your Nexus gauge by its rank cost. So if an Asylum card would be destroyed normally, you just Maxim Opus that card, boom, it doesn't get destroyed. Hey, oh, this deck could cook. Yeah, I think we might have to call it. I think Neo's having some technical difficulties. That being said, I'm very happy with this. I'm very excited to now test out Ancient Beast Asylum because Ancient Asylum, that's a cool name for the combo. That's a cool name for it, right? This could be the Ancient Asylum deck. So this is your opening hand. This is your resource deck. Let's flip this. Shuffle. And we will save object. Ancient Asylum resource deck. Save object. Ancient Asylum ID cards. Save. And Ancient Asylum hand. Ancient Asylum main deck. Save. Okay, there we go. That's it. That is it. So we've got these saved objects. The next time we get a chance to play test, I can just generate this deck as it is currently and give it a shot. I'm actually so excited to try this out. I'm so excited to try this out because that is just a strong attacking force. The only drawback to this deck is the offense and defense of the Ancient Beast cards themselves. They might need a little bit more, which means that this deck might need some tweaking, but this could be a solid setup for something strong. Because Ancient Beasts have a synergy rating of 4, this deck will only mesh with things that have a synergy rating of 5 or less. The only things it can mesh with are the generics, obviously. Ancient Beasts, they can mess with Arias, but I don't feel like that's what this deck needs. Arias are more of a support deck themselves. The Daemon subset would not do enough. They're more of a support deck for decks that don't have offense but have a lot of defense. Force Guards too high. Gladiators are too high. They're SR6. Harpies, they wouldn't help. Iron Kappa is interesting. Iron Kappa doesn't get enough love, but hey, we leave that to the side for now. Minotaurs. I feel like Minotaurs are their own thing because Minotaurs have a really good turn 1, right? They have a really good turn 1, and then they kind of have a mid-range play style from there. But But I don't think I feel like what this deck needs is someone who can just like take the reins and let them play backup. And I don't feel like Minotaurs have enough power to do that, right? Where it's like, even if the Asylum side of things doesn't work, this is still a deck. I don't feel like Minotaurs have that. Whereas Ancient Beasts, I feel like Ancient Beasts are the only deck where they will be able to fully back them up. They actually could mix with Wyverns. But again, Wyvern Ancient Beasts is a thing because Ancient Beasts give them the support that they need in terms of offense. I think maybe it would be possible, but it would be too complicated for someone like me to even attempt it, so I'm not going to. I'm not going to try. No, but I love that. I love that. Okay, cool. So we've got that sorted. I'm going to delete this. Who? So, see, here's the thing. As it right now, maybe, right? But what I'm seeing is oh, wait, hold on. You guys still can't hear them. I turned it off because Neo was glitching. Sorry. You just heard me laughing like a crazy person. No. Yeah. But, yeah, no. 100%. That's... Sorry, you were about to say something.
No, I was just saying that I'm about to hit the highway. As soon as I hit that, I'm in the home clear, and it'll take me about, like, 10, 15 minutes to get home.
And... Sigh.
But, I'm... You know, if patience allows, then I'm more than happy to sub in.
I think I'd be down to, but in all honesty,
still beginnerish. So
yeah, with the timing
that's
and everything.
The only issue. Yeah.
I mean, maybe if when you get home, if you're down to play, maybe drop a message in the game dev chat. I think I'll wrap up stream and use the time for game dev on other fronts, right? Like sending things to Bilal and the team and everything. But in the meantime, and then whenever it is, because since you don't know how long until you get out of the traffic, then we can decide, okay, we go through it, we hop on or not. I don't have anything going on tomorrow. What time is it? It's 10:15. So I think it would be possible to get one more game in, and that could be a vibe. So I'm down for that myself. It's just being on while doing that, probably not a shout, so I'll hop off, and then if you're down later, then we can do that, right?
Yeah, no, that sounds fine with me.
Yeah, you could probably just end stream for now, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's a shout. And so Neo, to your comment, I actually don't think it's gonna be worse Ancient Beasts. I think.
So you think Wyvern is not better than Asylum? As an Ancient Beast supporter.
Beast counterpart? Right now, maybe, but overall, no. And let me tell you why, at least based on what I'm envisioning, because they have cards where it's like, hey, when your Ancient Beast card would be destroyed, it just isn't, right? So they can throw things at you consistently while also controlling other elements of the game. Like Wyverns, what do Wyverns even do? Wyverns manipulate their attack.
They return to the beginning.
So yeah,
they incinerate.
They have a card.
Incinerate, isolate.
They can incinerate, they can isolate.
And what does Omnis do?
Omnis does a bunch of stuff. He's a good card. No, I will not lie. As of right now, they're probably a better match. But as more
maybe in the future with
as more graveyard cards come out, it's just gonna get better and better. Honestly speaking,
you could see a future where they are better.
Yeah, exactly.
That's understandable.
Yeah. Right now, though, I do think Wyverns would probably be a better match for Ancient Beasts. But if we want to see how
Ancient Beasts is like a 4, Wyvern is like what?
Wyverns is a 5.
5?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so it's literally the same dynamic.
Yep, it's exactly. This is basically alternative Wyverns. The difference being that they have runes, whereas Wyverns don't. But the runes are meant to help keep them alive. Although they do have
the runes are bad.
I've read over some of the runes. I don't necessarily think so. Like, for example, they have a rune that says when an Ancient Beast card would be destroyed by battle, instead of destroying it, remove it from the game and destroy the card that it battled.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Asylum runes.
No, that's an Asylum rune. Sorry, did I say Ancient Beast?
Yeah, you said. I was about to say that.
My bad. Yeah, my bad. Right, it's an Asylum card where if an Asylum card would be destroyed, remove it from the game, but then you get to destroy the card that it was going to battle, right? Which could be really good because that's the kind of thing that you could use offensively. You could throw an Asylum card at you could throw a weak Asylum card at a bigger card, and then just guaranteed get to destroy that card, which could be very useful. Right?
I mean, you have to like time it pretty effectively.
I mean, you do. Don't get me wrong. I don't think that this would be necessarily
an
easy deck
it would
to
be a
pilot.
bigger plus for skilled players. Skilled players will probably be able to use Asylum to a somewhat equal / better level than an average Ancient Wyvern player.
No,
Ancient Wyvern is more like the beginner-friendly way to play Asylum.
Definitely.
And with Asylum you could potentially have a bigger, more skillful upside,
right?
But it would take a lot more because you could lose harder.
Oh yeah,
you could win.
Because like I'm thinking about it, right? Because Asylum, the Wyvern subset has a lot of effects that will manipulate things on the board, which awesome, right? But what the Asylums do is, from what we've seen, most of the recovery that happens in games happens on turns 2 and 3 with either a Nexus Breach or a rescue mission, or a card would be destroyed, return it back to your hand, or this or that, right? What this deck says, what the Cerberus specifically says is, hey, your opponent can't recover, right? As long as I am on the field, your opponent cannot recover, but you still can, right? That's kind of crazy. Like as far as a resource game goes, I think that that's gonna be insane, right?
I mean, yeah, it's just like we'll have to see how effective Ancient Beasts is at pressing your opponent.
Yeah, that's the one thing.
Because when you said that Nat was almost winning against Wandering.
Yeah.
Wait, were you playing Wandering?
I was playing Wandering. She played Ancient Beasts. Plus. What's in her deck? Nat's deck is Ancient Beast Valiance with a generic avatar thrown in there.
Yeah, so the Ancient Beasts are the ones putting the offense on there as well, so
yeah.
I guess so they've shown to be able to press a good deck. So so maybe they do have.
Although in fairness though, in the deck that I built here, they wouldn't have one of the cards that was key in Nat, because I don't want to say Nat almost beat me, right? If Nat knew a bit better how to play the game, she beat me. Like in the situation, if she just played one card, there was no way I could have won. Like we ran through all the scenarios. She had me dead to rights. She just didn't know she did. So I'm willing to say that Ancient Beast won that game. But the card that they used to do it, at least for that specific situation, isn't in this deck. So it's about seeing whether or not having it, but having different support instead could make up the difference. Personally, I think it might be able to, but there are some downsides. Like let's not inhale too much copium.
Yeah,
in terms of,
I mean,
right?
Defensively, Valiance is trillions of times more effective than. I would say even Wyverns, to be honest.
Because looking at this, if it combined with the runes, some of these cards are like, hey, with the runes, the cards have their own effects, and then the runes say if this card would be destroyed, it's not destroyed, meaning that any of these cards could effectively be a Damien, where they just block one attack. They just soak up an attack with the rune, right? So again, it's definitely not perfect. There's like, I would never want to draw this card. If I drew this card, I would be so pressed because this is a useless draw. But some of these cards actually do seem to hit. Some of them do, right? So we'll see how it goes. We'll test it out next time we get a chance to play. I'm gonna hop off. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you guys so much. And then GearTube, depending on when you get in, we'll see if there's any more time for playtesting. And if there is, I'll beat your ass. It'll be fun.
The heck, I was drinking water. Have you even drank water?
Hey, bully the new guy. All right, easy.
The heck? Like, almost made me choke that. I personally instructed Gatum. I know he can handedly smack you.
If you say so, I'm willing to see if that's true. I'm willing to see if that's true. All right, boys. Thank you for coming through. Have a good night, you guys.
Yeah, see ya, bro.
And then the end stream button is over here. Thank you guys. Take care.